Caption test? Oh, he missed you. Like, my mama was gone. Seems like it. Oh, that's a great idea. This music's a little spookier than I thought. Oh, it's because it's Samus. That would explain it. I said, I'm like, I'm not looking for spooky music. I'm looking for more chill music. I don't know, maybe we need to change. Ooh, we could make Apple common. Hi, everybody. We'll just, you know what? I guess get started. Hi. How's everyone doing? How are all you guys doing today? I hope everybody is having an amazing start of their week. You have a million ideas for 2 games you want to make and still have hats. Still have the ad. Pink, that's why you gotta watch it on the YouTube. Ads, not real. Secondly, it just works. You're good working back in projects, so yes. See, that's the thing. I like working on projects. I love feeling that kind of productivity. Too. That's what I've been enjoying with the contract work, but just as importantly, I've been enjoying with the new project that we're going to talk about today. You don't have to, like, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that, like, it's easier to avoid ads that way. Like, it's just easier to avoid ads. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited. I have been trying, to get some things set up, and you guys already have a little bit of spoilers of what's to come, so I'm excited to pitch it to you guys. I'm excited to pitch to you guys some ideas, what this might look like, and how this might all play out. I don't know if we should just dive into it or wait a minute. What do you guys think? Do we wait a minute and just kind of chat for a little bit before we dive into, because I'm excited about it. And just kind of what's going on and what the plan is for today. I have my presentation ready. It's not a super exotic presentation, but it's a presentation nonetheless. And I'll show you guys what we have and what's going on. Now you might notice there's no cats on stream today. That is intentional because I don't want to get confused with my windows because I've got so many. I have so many. We're gonna be running lots of programs today, and I don't want to get confused by turning the cats on and off and breaking them and fixing them. And I'm like, I'm just gonna throw myself off. Like, it's gonna be bad. So I'm trying to organize my stuff because I already don't have enough windows to I don't have enough windows while I'm building the stuff normally. but then I really don't have Windows when I'm streaming and building this stuff. So we'll make that work. We'll work through it. Let me make sure my data has been cleared too, because I do want to show you. Oh yeah, I gotta reset my pity values. I was doing some data reset earlier, but I sometimes miss important pieces of data. For example, my pity score, which we'll talk about as well. Yeah, I think this will work. This will work just fine. There. I'll tell you guys, I have a problem. I have a problem. Have my presentation will begin shortly thing before my PowerPoint. I mean, I could do that. It's kind of over there. Like, it's kind of in there. I do either way, too. We'll talk. We've got so much to cover and so much to build today, guys. So much to build. Here's one of those things. Whenever you start a project, right? Like, whenever you start a project at all, it's so quick and easy to just get overloaded with what's called scope creep, essentially, where you're getting this whole concept and idea, and you're like, overrun ideas. You have so much you want to do, so much to add, and then you end up doing none of it because there's so much overflowing. And that's one of the things I'm hoping to teach today. Hoping to show you guys what the most important part is, which is MVP, minimum viable product. And that's kind of what we need, right? We need just, what is the smallest thing that we can build that is technically functional, gets the ideas across. It's not going to look pretty, but it gets the ideas across and gets something started. And that's a huge part of my philosophy today. And it's so, how do I phrase this too? It's tricky. It's not an easy thing to do because it's so easy to just want to expand, add ideas and add more to it. And it's not easy, especially when you see other products out there and you're like, well, I just want to get it to there. And it's like, no, you don't want to just get something out, you don't want to just not make something because other things are good, right? But if you keep making the goalposts super far away, it's almost impossible to ever accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. Security visit secret affects one of my repositories as well. Oh well. Oh well. So let's start. Yep, you always gotta start small, right? And that's a big important piece. And that's kind of what I want to show you guys today. I want to show you a little bit of this, but also this is a new fun project that if you guys enjoy, then I'm just motivated to keep adding to it, right? It's very easy for you guys to like motivate me just by your existence as well. Let's do some fun updates. I had a very good interview this week on Monday, like a super good interview on Monday. So good that they told me that they would contact me no later than the 28th of this month for next steps, and then they contacted me the next day to give me next steps, which honestly, I'm feeling really good, feeling like there might be an opportunity here to actually seal in that job. So I'm pretty excited about it. So we'll see. Wish me luck. It's gonna be an interview next Tuesday there, but I'm feeling pretty good. Beyond that, I have been nonstop working. They do sound desperate to date me. They might be a little desperate, but that's okay. I'm desperate. I'm desperate for it too. I just want that. Also, I got some really not exciting news, but kind of validating news in a way. My previous employer had another round of layoffs on Friday. They laid off about 20% of the company on Friday. And let me tell you, the feeling has been like, I don't know, revitalizing in a way, because I'm like, I feel validated to be like, okay, you know what? I'm out of there. And secondly, I didn't have to do it. They laid off 17 people at once. This 20% of the company, after it's been shrinking. And that's the biggest single layoff that they're. Why? I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea, but I've talked to some of my friends that are still there, some of my people that have been around, and let me tell you, they are so done. They're like mentally devastated from, I mean, it's been years of layoffs and just everything's bad, but this is like so insanely bad. I cannot imagine it. And I found out I was on LinkedIn, and all of a sudden I started seeing people that I previously worked with all marking that they got laid off. It all got laid off, and I started doing some digging, and that's how I found out who and how many, and it was insane. It's a huge group of people. And I'm just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to, like, I feel super bad for them because they're in the exact same situation I was 8 weeks ago. But it's kind of poetic that exactly 8 weeks after they laid me off, after my severance ended, that they had to lay off the biggest layoff they've ever had. And I, thankfully, didn't have to be a part of it. Only made worse that I know that my employee that I trained had to be a part of all of them. And I've kept them out of the process because it's a horrible, degrading, awful thing. I forgot to actually turn on and start my captions. My bad. Turn them on now. It's a horrible, horrible, sad, degrading. It's awful. Like, no one walks away from a layoff conversation feeling good. Like, feeling like, yeah, we had just did that. Great time. No one feels that. And so I really wanted to protect my employee by saying, hey, you don't need to experience this, right? I'll go through the pain, and I'm the type of person, I take on other people's baggage, so I would feel like I'm being laid off, in a sense, and I'd feel so shitty, so awful, and try to do everything in my power, resume reviews, I'd set up references, I'd streamline any processes that I could for them, and it's just shit. It just feels like a horrible thing, and it's kind of like you can't grieve because you're the one with the job at the end of the day. And now, here I am, I'm the laid off person, talking with my other fellow laid off people, which is extra funny. And it's just, I don't know, it's kind of exciting in a way. It's like there's a club, be like, yeah, we've been laid off there. What is the biggest layoff in history? This is a good question. What is the biggest layoff in history? The biggest layoff in history. Okay. Oh, so they're doing by count. Right. So they're doing by count. So let's just do this together. Why not? This seems like fun. All right. So here we go, guys. Share its screen here. Just taking a little glance. So at number 16, we of course have Microsoft laying off 18,000 people, which is quite a way to start this, right? We'll go to 15. Han Hai, not familiar, laid off 20,000 people. Hewlett Packard, 24,000 people. So they have like all these kind of companies, and they just killed so much. Daimler Chrysler, 26,000. I do remember this one. Like, I do. And I see the building there. I actually used to take meetings in this building as well when I had clients working there as well. So, yeah. Hewlett Packard again. That's not great, guys. Your name shouldn't be twice on the list. All right. Bank of America, 27,000. So same as above. Bank of America, 30,000. Oh, wow. That was when there was less people, right? That looks old-timey. United States Postal Service. A few times they've laid off 30,000 people. That's sucks. 31,000. Who wanted to fly after September 11, 2001? So Ford, I do remember that. Yep. Yep. AT&T, 40,000. Ooh, we're getting closer, guys. All right. General Motors, 47,000. This doesn't make me feel good, guys, because I live in Michigan, right? And motor industry is kind of big deal here, and to see most of the big layoffs coming from there, not great. Citigroup, 50,000. Okay. What else we got? Sears, Kmart. I mean, yeah. Yeah, this was a mess. I used to work at Sears at one point, and it was always a mess. All All right, here we go. IBM 60,000 people. All right. Yeah, Kmart's super dead. It's gone. But yeah, when they merged, I guess, in 1993. And that's insane. All right, let's see. What's the biggest? The biggest? U.S. Army? I don't know if the... What? I don't know if this counts. Does it count? Early in 2014, the Pentagon announced that it would begin the process of shrinking the armed forces to pre-World War II levels. Yes, now they're kind of trying to reverse it, but like, what? This was literally the last thing I would have guessed there, but I mean, all right, I suppose. All right, so I think we're all here. We're enough here. Let's talk about stream today. Let's talk about exciting things and what we're gonna do. And I'm getting tired of this playlist, so I'm already switching it. I could do some Zelda and jazz. Let's just listen to Zelda and jazz. Oops, what the fuck did I just do? Okay, I hit the wrong button. All right, folks. So today we're gonna work on our community gacha game, and I've got a little presentation here to share with you. I don't need to share that. I don't need to share this with anybody. Let's take a little look. A little look-see here. So welcome. This is gonna be my pitch to you guys. Throughout the presentation, of course, I will be answering questions, addressing ideas, and I just kind of want to be chatting. This is an open conversation here as well. So I hope that makes sense. We're going to be chatting, we're going to be discussing, but more importantly, I'm going to be sharing with you guys my ideas, what I've been working on, and share a little bit with you. And the first things first is, we got to talk about what is a gacha game? What makes up a gacha game? And on screen here, you guys are going to see 4 gacha games that I have played. I think there's like one more I've played, maybe 1 or 2 other ones, but these were probably the 4 most predominant ones that I played, right? So these were the ones, and I say predominant, but I played Genshin for a single week and then stopped. So I don't know if that counts, but the biggest one, of course, was Arknights. I played Arknights for about a year and a half straight, like every single day signed in for a year and a half. Even when we lost power and were without internet, I played Arknights. I went to a coffee shop to sign in, bought a muffin just so I could play Arknights. Like, that's how intense it was. So I just want to overstate this, that I get into gacha games quite a bit. But you got to do whatever you can. And here's the thing that really defines a gacha game. When you start looking at, like, what is a gacha game, it's a game where the gameplay is enhanced by some random loot box system, right? Fundamentally, a lot of gacha games are actually just solid, good, well-designed games that have some kind of additional component that you usually have to pay for in some form or fashion. It also, the objects or what you get from the loot boxes are usually desirable characters. Most all gacha games I've seen, there are a couple that are not, but pretty much all gacha games I've seen, you get a special character from pulling, right? COD is a gacha game. In a sense. I guess I'd have to look. If COD's gacha is actual guns that affect combat, then yes. If COD's gacha is just skins, then no, right? Because the gameplay has to be enhanced by the random loot. In addition to that, a lot of these random characters will tend to have useful traits that are good for specific levels, specific puzzles. Like, they can be very niche, or they're just waifu material and just fun to look at, right? And I've seen all sides of this, and usually I've actually seen where they make some of the more fun to look at characters in a way, the comments there, because it's like, you're gonna get a bunch of them, you might as well enjoy it. And then, of course, you have these desirable characters that are, of course, there to make you want to pull, want to engage, want to grab everything that you can. That's what it's for, right? Yeah, fun to look at. It's just kind of the way you put it, right? Gacha game systems also, so the gacha system itself, so where you're doing these polls, usually require premium currency that can be earned in two ways, either through regular gameplay, and not just regular gameplay, but playing the game regularly, which means signing in every day, doing daily quests, doing weekly quests, and part of this is just mobile games in general, because a lot of gacha, there is some synonymous features with gacha games and mobile games, of course, or microtransactions, and so through purchases. You're exactly correct, dear. So where it comes down to is, like, you have this system that is through playing the game regularly or through making purchases. I will say today, asterisk, here as well, it's not my intent to make anything purchasable in the game. Like, I have zero plans right now to make anything payable. It's all 100% just playing the game, right? And we'll touch on that in a moment there, because one, that would be silly, and two, you'll see what the game looks like so far, and you'll be like, yeah, no one's gonna buy this. I've heard about Battle Cats. Yes, I have heard of Battle Cats too, and you know, that's the thing. The system of the game works, right? It's exciting, right? It is exciting to roll a loot box and get something really cool and desirable. It's something brag-worthy. We saw it when we did our Cookie Run Kingdom, right? We designed it, we got excited, we would be like, oh, guys, look at my pull, right? That was exciting. In addition to that, the gameplay itself was solid, interesting, and it kept you engaged, right? So it would have this engaging gameplay that would then have these extra dopamine triggers all throughout. But even more so, the games are habit building. The intent is by creating all these kind of microsystems, and I think I talked, yes, these number of mini games that allow for creativity and efficiency to generate useful resources, but more importantly, it creates habit. It keeps you coming every single day so that you can be as efficient as possible to get the most resources that you possibly can, right? So, taking all these into account, there's also these ideas of like limited time banners, right? And a banner in a gacha game is just something that you pull on to get specific kinds of resources, right? And it creates FOMO, these kind of fear of missing out for players, and keeps them engaged with new content. You're constantly making new content, you're constantly making all of these updates, and you have this thing, it's like, I'm going to miss out. If I don't get this, I'm gonna miss out, right? So what are some nice to have? Some gacha games, they'll have a PvP system involved in some way. It's another way to just interact with other players, but most gacha games are a single player experience overall. It has some kind of base building system, which kind of plays in for generating resources in some way. They'll have special events going on. Lots of special events. Of course, they've got the anniversary events, but they always have like new character launches and new story elements that come out, or just a special kind of like funny event. Skins. Gacha games will thrive on this market of like creating funny skins or just a unique little PNG image to make your special character just that little bit different. But skins are the best, right? And if we could do a beach skin run, we will. We will. Finally, you've got this story and deep lore, right? So in addition to those, and a lot of times at the beginning of playing a game, they'll throw you at the story, they'll throw you at the gameplay, they'll throw you at all these things, so you're like getting invested in it. And having this kind of story deep lore also adds to the conversation all around. So I'm now going to introduce to you guys the Xazaviar Community Gacha game as well. And what's planned? What do I have planned? So this is going to be a interactive puzzle adventure game influenced by the mechanics of Pokemon Shuffle, right? The reason I have this is because it's easy to do, but you'll see when we get into ideas and we start talking about that, how this plays. But the idea here is that we've got this interactive puzzle game that has a lot of kind of mechanics that keep fresh, but then every single unit can be unique there. So the gameplay is quick and easy, but it's still a puzzle game, so we can get really in-depth, really tricky. I'll explain more how this looks in just a moment, but it'll also have a robust gacha system with bi-weekly rate banners, up. This was something I actually didn't like from Cookie Run Kingdom, because it just didn't have these rate up banners. So I had very rare chance of getting something I wanted. But Arkanites had this. Every 2 weeks, they had one banner that was the general just pull on it banner that had a rate up for specific characters. In fact, it had these for 5 characters. Every 2 weeks, it was something new. And so you could plan for it. In addition, it had a pity system, which I loved as well. And a pity system, in the pity system I have planned, is this whole idea where as you're pulling, if you're getting shit pulls and shit pulls and shit pulls, eventually you are guaranteed to get something good. You don't get to control what it is, but you're guaranteed something good, right? And that's something I love. I love the pity system. I love this kind of idea that it's like, okay, if you're just having shit luck, you'll get something. Yes, I know, I believe Genshin has it, Arknights has it, that's where I experienced it primarily. Cookie Run Kingdom does not have it. They have specialty banners, but they don't have a pity system. And Nikki also did not have a pity system to my there. Finally, having fully unique characters. And the part of this is every character in the game should be unique. I do want to have a deep lore and story played out in the style of a visual novel between levels, right? I've seen this with many games. We saw Cookie Run Kingdom, occasionally animations, but it's generally just a visual novel. There, you show a character on, and they go, and then they see something scary, and then they're sad, right? Like, that's all it is. It's just changing their faces here and there, too. Having some events, daily quests, weekly quests, monthly check-in system. So every day you check in, you get a prize or something. That's all something very exciting as well, just to keep engaging there. I want to have a friend unit sharing system, something you can interact with friends, but you can kind of go there. I'd love to, at one point in time, have some kind of base building, scalable, passive income mechanics. So what, I'm glad you asked. So what's the theme? I've been thinking about this quite a bit. And when I think about the Xazaviar community, and when I think about the theme for it, something that sticks out so vividly in my mind, and I think you guys can agree, that what if the theme was the Xazaviar tabletop role-playing game? As in, we followed along the story of your guys' adventures from the role-playing game. As in, the levels that you complete in the story is just a retelling of everything that is happening in the role-playing game, just as a separate game. So every time we introduce new NPCs, new characters, they become unlockable characters in the game. In addition to this, right, we can obviously have side quests, side adventures. We can introduce special stories and everything, too. But generally speaking, it would be you guys following along with your characters, unlocking your characters, and doing whatever you want, right? So they would all be unlocks throughout this game, including your own players and your own characters would be a part of this. In addition to this, I also want to say that there's no restrictions on saying that we only have to have characters from this world, right? We can absolutely have anything. And Dave, to answer your question, yeah, absolutely. If you want to write side stories, why not? Hell, I honestly have no problem and encourage it that when we have the engine built, right? The kind of the system and the engine built. If people have ideas for side stories and side characters that are separate from the role-playing game, we could absolutely put this in here. In addition, we can have characters that are a part of the story and characters that are not part of the story as unlocks, right? So there's no requirements for any of that. We're going to build just kind of the flexible engine, right? So let me give an example of what this might look like. So we could start our story just like we started the role-playing game. We start in Darkrim, and we have a couple levels that are kind of intro levels that are teaching you how to play the game. You slowly are unlocking some basic characters and whatnot, but you're engaging. You get to see like Artanis bite Nika as they take off the chains. You get to see Yasuri talk to Molrock there and just have that character's interaction. So we go through it, and then we have multiple levels in between. And like we talk about the journey to Wrench, right? That first town from the Darkrim, there could be 10 like stages between there. that could get you there as well. Like you're battling wolves, you're battling bandits, you encounter a bear or something like that. That could all happen. And so I don't know. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about the gameplay. So what does the gameplay look like? And Dave, I'm glad you asked, right? So it is going to be a Pokemon Shuffle. I'm taking that as influence. I looked at Candy Crush Bejeweled, but I like this idea of a match 3, match 4, match 5 to deal damage to an enemy target. So every single level in the game is you are actually playing a kind of matching puzzle game, but dealing damage to you're doing an encounter. You're doing a literal encounter. So, given an example, we had Group 2 encounter those skeletons, right? And right after they encountered those skeletons, they encountered bandits that then came and assaulted them. So the encounter would be their group fighting against that, and you're trying to attack the enemies and do all sorts of things, right? Matching the same hero will charge skills, so you're building your own party, and I haven't fully committed, but I've been leaning towards 4. So what it becomes, and I should have had Pokemon Shuffle up. We'll look at that in a second, but what it becomes is the gems that you're matching are the characters that you unlock through the gacha system. So for example, you could have a lady character, and when you match lady, you'll deal some damage to the enemy, right? We know lady is a dark type, so it deals more damage to light enemies, but will take some more damage. But then if you match enough ladies, you'll get to use one of lady's special skills. But in addition to that, lady has a unique trait. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. So we'll give it a like. So you'll use skills instead of doing some matching to do some kind of awesome effects there as well. And the enemies will also disrupt your actions. So they'll attack you and disrupt your actions, which create lose conditions. You lose if you run out of time or moves, and I think we could do both kinds of levels where it's a time challenge versus a move challenge. In addition, if all of the heroes die. So unlike other games of the series, the enemies can attack you directly. And if they attack your pieces directly, those pieces can die, not get deleted from your account or anything, but they die for that stage, which means they do less damage if they get matched, and they are just there to fight. And how do you win? You defeat all the enemies. As soon as you defeat all the other enemies, you complete the stage, you get to move on as well. And once again, once we have the engine for this build, we can whip out stages like no tomorrow. It's all about puzzling, setting things up, and figuring out what kind of rules and mechanics we're gonna do. So let's talk about the heroes. What are the heroes that we're gonna be unlocking here? All heroes are gonna have a different rarity. They're gonna have their star elements. They're gonna have their class. Now the class is not going to be directly coordinated with the in-game classes as well. It's going to be like related. You'll see what I mean when we touch about classes, but it's to simplify it for the game purposes. All characters will have traits and skills. Traits are passive abilities, things that you don't have to do something for. They just kind of have a bonus effect in a way. So for example, you'll deal damage every time you do a match 3, a match 4, match 5. But you might have a skill that makes it that when this specific character matches 4, they deal an additional amount of damage as well. So just throwing it out there as like an example of a trait. A skill, on the other hand, might be something it's like, oh, I'm going to remove these effects, or I'm going to clear out a bunch of pieces and hopefully get a bunch of combo matches. And that's what really excites me, is the idea of all these kind of combos, but you could touch a skill, or you might have a skill that heals your friends or cures them. So let's talk about rarities. So I have right now listed 6 rarities. So commons. Commons are just going to be your basic units. You're going to cap them out very quickly, but really they're there to provide bodies for base activities. Just stuff that you're doing around base. Your uncommons, same kind of thing, except they're just a little bit better than a common, right? They're just your better uncommons, essentially. Then you have your rares. Your rares are the meat and potatoes of your team building. You want rares, you want epics, you want legendaries, like these are the things you want in there. Your rares are going to be essential for good teams. They will eventually be replaced by epics, but generally speaking, they're going to be really good. Your epics are your quarterbacks. They are going to lead your team building, and what I mean by that is you're probably going to build teams around your epics, because your epics are going to have very specific abilities or very unique traits that require building around them. Legendaries are epics, but better. So they're not necessary to beat levels, but if you have legendaries, you're probably going to kick some ass. And these are, of course, are your braggables, right? These are the things you're going to brag about and be like, oh, check this shit out. What I got, what I earned. Then we have special. And I'm flipping between because I don't know what's cooler, having a special rarity or having a secret rarity. Because as soon as I heard myself say secret today, I'd be like, you know what, this could be fucking sweet, having like a secret one. But these are special heroes that are usually unrelated to the Xaz TTRPG, right? So they're usually unrelated there, but these could be original characters that are not currently a part of the game. They could be special versions of the character, like Swimsuit Artanis. That could just also be a skin. I don't know. We could decide. But like those kind of things could happen. These kind of specialty characters that are not part of the game, but they might be really cool, right? All this kind of stuff. So hitting more on rarities, right? And actually, I do want to talk about drop percentages, right? Like these aren't 100% like in line, and everything here is variable. We can change it. We decide what makes sense. But generally speaking, 15% of your polls are going to be particularly useful stuff. Go lose profits, make them legendaries. Boy, I'm with you, Quick Kruger. We got to make them even less. I don't know what it is. I see the legendaries. I originally had it at 0.5%, and I'm like, it just feels bad. It feels really bad. But 15% of your polls will be useful characters to help you out, right? So let's talk about these more. What are some differences? Once again, not everything finalized, but generally speaking, everything... Actually, I think I misplaced. Commons won't have skills. They'll only have traits, right? They'll have base traits, so skills that work at base, and they can at most get to like level 20, right? You're not going to be putting a lot of things there. Uncommons get to level 20. You're going to see these slashes here. I'm thinking of doing a tiered level system. So what it is you'll hit a certain level, and you can't rank up and level anymore until you produce a certain number of materials and resources to rank up your character. Every time you rank up a character, it will unlock usually a new skill and or trait, or upgrade skills and traits as well. So I hope that kind of makes sense, but what you're seeing here is like uncommons can become tier 2, but they'll max out. But rares, epics, legendary specials, they can get up to a tier 3 sort of character. And I'm still thinking about it. I might still make rare, epic, legendary all have the same tier 3 level maximum, so you can max them all out exactly the same. But we should have all these kind of in place, so what you could see is as the characters get more rare, they're going to have more skills and traits, they're going to have more base traits, like they're going to just have more things they can do, but generally might end up costing more resources overall. Let's talk about classes. There's 4 main classes there. Keeping it really simple. Basically, you have your attackers. So this is your main unit designed for dealing damage. It doesn't mean that any of these classes can't kind of teeter into something else or have subclasses, but you have your attackers, they deal damage. You have your defenders, they're your tanks, they're there to help protect your team. You have your healers, they're there to heal allies and remove debuffs. And finally, you have your supporters. These are utility units that are used in specific scenarios or team builds, or they have specialty skills, but they're there usually to act as a tool to help the team as a whole. So with that brings kind of excitement for like, okay, so we got all these things. We got all these things put in place. What are some additional things we could do? But more importantly, what would the banners look like? And let me tell you, I've got some good ideas for banners. And I'm going to show you a couple examples right here. We're going to talk about them, but I forgot the examples are in the next tab. So banners. Banners are what we're going to be doing to pull. Right? To pull characters, to select characters so that you can play with them. Banners will last 2 to 4 weeks. Most banners will last 2 weeks. There, so you have a 2-week span to play, or to pull on it, and the character will then enter the general pool that you can later get, but you're going to have a lower chance because you're now not getting the rate up advantage. Every banner will always have at least one rate up hero, if not more. So that means if you pull on that specific banner, you have a higher chance of getting that specific hero, right? And usually I like the idea that it's like, okay, we maybe are introducing a brand new epic, a brand new rare, and then we just shout out another rare that's easier to grab on this banner, right? So it gives you a chance so that you can always have the opportunity of getting units that you want, and even those that you've missed. It will have a pity system. So a guaranteed epics after 100 pulls of no epic plus. There. So if you don't get your epic, right, you're guaranteed after 100 pulls. How it actually works, though, is that every time you pull, your pity goes up. Once you hit 50 pity, every time you pull from there on out, your chance of pulling that epic increases by 2%. So obviously starting at 3%, but at 51 pulls, it's now 5% chance that you get an epic, and then 7% chance, and then 9% chance. So that's what it is. But yes, everybody will have a pity stat there. And as soon as you pull an epic or better, it will reset, right? It'll just reset. So that way it's not a constantly losing game. In addition to this, one of the things that I didn't mark it here, but every banner will have guaranteed pulls as well. So as long as you do at least 10 pulls on a banner, you are guaranteed to get a rare or better, right? You're guaranteed. The first 10 pulls, you're guaranteed to get at least a rare on it. So it gives a reason to pull on every banner because you're going to get something. Even if it's not the main thing on it, you're going to get something. You're right. Different types. So what are the types of banners? So we have a new hero introduction, right? So we're going to introduce a brand new hero to the game. Right? Usually these banners will have the main hero as the showcase. That will be the rate up to pull. And then it might have a couple complementary heroes, either a new character or something that you can get as well. We're going to have the general rate up banner. So every 2 weeks, it's rotating banners, just saying, hey, here are the rate ups. Here's your chance. So obviously it won't include the newest character in the rate up that just came out, but maybe in a couple months, it would then have that new character. So you'd have a chance to get it again. We will have a beginner and specialty banners. So we'll always have the beginner banner. So you just join the game, you get this banner. It's going to be cheaper. It's there to give you some really cool resources to get started. Basically like a kickstart into the game. But we'll also probably have some specialty banners here and there. What I'm defining for this is that these banners have a maximum number of pulls you're allowed to do on them. You're guaranteed to get something within those number of pulls, but it has an absolute maximum. Like, you're only allowed to pull on it so many times. So the beginner banner, for example, you're only allowed to pull on it 20 times. Finally, limited banners. These banners are for special units that are only there during the course of that banner. So an example, some of these special characters, we might decide it's like, hey, we're gonna release Hobbs. And I actually already have Hobbs in the game, but we're gonna release Hobbs, right? So that basically, if you want to get Hobbs, you have 2 weeks to unlock him. There, something like that. I'll probably make it longer. We'll decide later. But that's your only time, and if you don't get him during that banner, you will never get him ever again, is kind of the thought. So here's some example banners, right? So up in the top left, you're going to see what I call the beginner banner. This is just a new traveler exclusive. First 10 summons, you're guaranteed to get an epic hero or better. And then it shows off just kind of base heroes. It's a general banner. It's a little bit cheaper. Then over to the right, you've got your general rate up banner. I would want to include more heroes, but I don't have as many heroes. And then you've got the Mora banner. So I'm glad you could see this here, but the Demon of the Peaks. It's this Nibusan rate up. So this is your chance to get Nibusan. Nibusan is only achievable right now on that banner, right? But then after the 2 weeks are up, you could then, Nibusan would join the general pool and be a potential to unlock later. So these are just some examples of banners, but let's get more specific. What do I have today for you guys? And what are we going to do today? Well, what if I told you that I already programmed a little bit of a lot of it. So this is the home page right now. And actually I can refresh here. Oh, shoot. Oh, I turned it off. All right. Let's load it up here again. All right. So now we're in the home page. I have nothing on roster. Venture doesn't do anything either. These buttons, they do nothing. There, you can't spend energy. You can see I've been pulling, so I spent stuff. But I did the most important part. You can't do inventory. You can do Gacha, though. So, guys, you want to do some polls? What do you want to do some polls? So we have all these banners. So you can see exclusive. This is a little bit cheaper here. And this is, once again, I'm showing you MVP. The idea behind here is that we want to get something that's basics to work. Later, we'll come in and we'll make this look nice, right? So we've got these kind of products here. I could go here and we could summon. So what do you guys want to pull on Mora? We want to pull on Nibusan? Here, let's do that. I'm going to full screen this just so you guys get the full effect. There, like, look at this banner. Do you guys want to do a 10 pull? All right, let's do a 10 pull. Let's see if we can pull her. Pull. Wish for luck. 10 pull. Oh, we got her. We actually got her. Here, we also got a lot of cubby and some puppies there as well. We also got a Chanel. So I'm pretty excited. This was actually a sick pull, guys. Like, this was sick luck too. Cause, we were guaranteed a rare essentially, and we got an epic and 3 rares. So that's really good. Let's just do another poll. Just see if we get anything good. Of course not as good, but holy shit, the amount of cubbies. We only have 1 uncommon right now in the game and 1 common. So you're going to see lots of cubbies and puppies until we add more, which we need to. But we got, and these are the only rares. So we got to see if we can get some of the other epics. Let's go this rate up. So this is rate up to get Summer as well as Yas. And you can get Chanel a little bit higher on here. So let's do this 10 pull here. There's our guaranteed. We got Salty. Oh, look how sick. Guys, I'm really proud of how some of these look. Look how sick Salty's banner looks. Like his pull banner there. It looks so good. Like I'm enjoying it. All right, let's see if I want to see if we can get Yas or Summer. No. This was not good. This is a bust pull. All commons and uncommons. Let's try again. Again, all commons and uncommons. Guys, this is bad. We got some rares. At least we got some rares. You know, I'll take the rares. Come on, but we need that epic. We're getting close to pity amount already. Let's see what my pity is at. So we're going to do a quick inspect here. So you guys can see I'm doing all the pulls here. My pity is at 40 right now. Here as well. So I don't know if you guys could see. So I'm going to pull the data down here as well. So I can see I paid 3,000 gems. I am at 50 pulls on this banner so far, but I've already gotten my guaranteed. Mileage, so this is, you guys don't see this currency, but it'll be that kind of bonus currency for unlocking stuff. But yeah, I can see that my pity score is currently 40, so we should be getting close to an epic, right? So let's see, epic, please. There's our epic, and we got Yas. We also got so many Desmonds. So many, I think we maxed out Desmond already. There, so dupes, if you can get up to 5 dupes, we'll use them to create new skills, or like upgrade stats and things like that. So we got a Yas, so that's cool. I want to see if we can pull a legendary. Can we pull a legendary? Ooh, see, this is a good pull. See, we got Summer and Yas from this one. But I want to see if we can pull the legendary. Nope, we got Nika, though. There's Nika. I want to find the legendary. We have legendary and a special. They're both, like, super low drops. Oh, my God. We're going to pull until we get it. There's epic. This is what you could do when you have infinite money, guys. We just keep pulling. We almost maxed out Yas. I'm gonna get it. I want a legendary or a special. No. No. There it is. Okay, we got a special at least. There's our special. There's Mr. Hobbsy. Hobby boy. As our gentleman Hobbs. He is, what you don't see here is he is a water element. He's water element and a support. But we have Hobbs. That was a good pull. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm happy. We got Hobbs here, but I want to see if can we pull the rest. We haven't gotten everybody yet. There, I've only added 11 characters to the game, so that's a huge part of today. It's a huge part of today is that we got to add more characters to this, guys. There it is. We got Lady. We got a Lady. Yay! Quit before they hit big. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. Quit before you get the actual win. Yeah, but we did it. We pulled Lady. So that is that's what we have so far. Now a couple of things that I want to do, right? Obviously this is not much of a game so far. I mean, it's already enjoyable pulling stuff. How much did I pull? Oh my God, guys, how much gems I spent. I spent too many gems already. It would be funny for you to take so long. That would take so long. The Zaz always wins. How many gems? How many pulls did we do? All right, let's look at, where can I see my, I'm trying to think the easiest ways, but let's just look here. All right, so that banner we pulled 240 times. Guys, this is how quick it is. Can you believe that? We pulled 240 times on that one banner already. 200, that's so insane. I just keep thinking about that. I'm like, that's insane. My pity is currently 5 because I got the legend there. So it's oof. So that's what we have so far. Now I want to talk a little bit about characters. Right? We got to add some classes, and I want to see them here. So here's my planning sheet. I'm planning a bunch of stuff, and you guys can see here I have so many tabs and so many things. Disruption, debuffs. Here's ability ideas that we have, either skills or traits that we can do. Some of the basic banner data, but more importantly, summons. So now's our time to actually add summons, and you'll notice a couple distinct ones that I don't have. Here, first off, Apple. I don't have Artanis here, not because I didn't want to include Artanis, it's because I didn't have a good piece of art for Artanis. I didn't have one that I could just pull and use right away, because I wanted the background. So these are all the characters that are currently in-game, right? So we got Chanel, Cubby, Desmond, Hobbs, Lady, Nibusan, Nika, Puppy, Salty, Summer, and Yasuri. And some of these are not the most pretty, and by that I mean none of it's consistent, right? So none of it's consistent. We've got, these are your images. Here's Hobbs there. So these are things we'll definitely want to actually work. Like this is the gem there. Yeah, so Nika's here. I have literally everyone from Party 1 or Group 1 except Artanis. And it's just because I don't have like a good Artanis image, and I looked through what was posted so far, and I was like, "Where's Artanis?" But Group 2, I only have Nibusan because the art was easy for me to grab, and Summer too. I really tried with Oxygen's, and Oxygen's art. Yeah, just you, Dave, and Apple are the ones missing right now. And I want to add you guys. So let's start adding some stuff. We got to add characters. So let's add you guys. So we have, not Dave, it's Daniel. And obviously Daniel is going to be an epic. He's probably more attacker. And I got to remember his element is wind. Right? We haven't decided generic knight yet. And then we have Oxygen, who is an epic, is a support, and is water. There. And then, of course, we have Artanis, who is also an epic, who is also an attacker. It's either attacker or tank here, but is Earth. So, in addition to this, I want to talk about, like, skills, and what might these skills kind of look like for it there. Unlock you through a quest. Well, we also have to decide that. That's kind of the thing. I was thinking, like, Artanis might actually be just a good tank. We'll just mark Artanis tank. It doesn't have to be perfectly thematic as well. If you want to be unlocked through a quest, we can do that. The thing is, like, how does it decrease your value, Dave? Right? If you're unlocked specifically through a quest, because we have to make character selections on what is the guaranteed epic that, like, everybody gets just by playing the game, right? And it's got to be not necessarily a bad epic, just not as an exciting epic. Like, obviously, I want your guys' characters. And the reason I have Lady marked legendary is partially because of skill balance. Because I think there's a good reason for Lady's character to have an additional skill. But also because I needed a legendary. As simple as that. I needed a legendary to test with. But we need more characters. So let's talk about other characters. So we have Arteus that you guys met last time. That guy could be just a rare, right? He could be a rare healer. And he, of course, was light. Just as examples of characters. You guys can see I have Boggles there, right? And Boggles can be an uncommon support, right? Something a little more easier to find, right? Artanis, like a fudge cookie. Actually, I could see... So here was my thought for Artanis. Artanis would have the ability that every time he gets combined, he eats a random block around him. And it'll probably have like priority as well. But the idea is like, we're going to have these disruptions, right, that you can't break in the shuffle game. And so Artanis would be this ability that he could eat those blocks. He could destroy those blocks every time he gets combined, right? Lady, one of the traits that I had envisioned for Lady was that she boosts combos of animal type characters in the party, right? So what it is if you make a combination with Cubby or Puppy in your group, Lady being there will boost the damage that those characters deal just by her being a part of the party, right? And then her skills would deal with the fact that there's an animal somewhere in your party or in your group, right? Because if you guys can imagine, for each stage, you're going to select your favorite 4 of these, and that's going to be your group here. So if I had Lady, I might say, well, let me bring Cubby along for this battle because I need more of a tank animal on it. And then I need Yas for extra damage, and I'll need Salty for extra damage. And like, this could be your party for it. There. Or you're going into a particular hard level, so you decide to grab Nibusan, Nika, and you have your Desmond, because that's what you've unlocked so far, and Chanel, so that you can have 2 healers and 2 attackers going in, right? These are all things that you can combine and choose from there as well, but then they can start comboing off of each other, right? All right, you have an image for your class. Tell me about your class, dear, because here, very seriously, dear, if you want to play, you could join Group 2 right now. Right now. I will add you to Group 2. We will start building your class, and depending if I can get the time, I could introduce you. You want a Bard kind of class? Okay, I think we can figure that out. We could literally have you join as soon as next session, because there is actually a logical entry point. Yeah, Ray may be added. Like, there's an actual entry point that could happen. I know we have a little bit of setup to do on it, but I could make that one of my objectives, right? Is I could create a class for you, have you review it. If you like it, then we will add you to the campaign. So if that's what you want, the only thing is you need to be able to commit to Fridays here and there, right? Like, we're going to be flexible, but yeah, just throwing that out there as well, too. Let's talk about where are some other characters. So I'm going to actually pull up. You can? Great. Then congratulations, you're part of it. Ah! You guys don't need to see that. Let's go in here. Okay. So we need other characters. Let's get some other characters in here. So we have Molrock. You have Sibona. And here's the thing, too. We can do different versions. So you guys mentioned, like, Black Hole Artanis. You could do that. Either we could do it as this is something that's leveled up. Yes, you're absolutely correct, right? Like, we could level up Artanis so that he can be Black Hole Artanis, or we could just have a Artanis 2, essentially. But yeah, let's make Greater Raven. This, of course, this could just be an uncommon. And this is going to probably fall into support animal. And then we can figure out that, like, element later. Worm. Some of these I've been waiting on just because I didn't want... let's make these uncommon. Uncommon. This is almost always a tank animal. We've got boar. Uncommon. This is definitely an attacker animal. Right? I didn't want to add some of these because I was very afraid... I didn't want Lady. I guess these are unnamed. That should be fine. I didn't want to, like, add something and then it later becomes your actual companion and be like, fuck, we should add this. But it could just be a named companion, right? So, Greater Icehound. Sure. Although this might be an enemy. Oh, who cares? Uncommon. This is obviously an attacker. It's an animal and its element is water, because it is an ice hound. So we're going to make Puppy. Puppy's going to be upgraded to uncommon because these, Greater Raven would be a common, a worm would be common, a boar would be common, Greater Ice Hound, sure, that could be uncommon, right? These could be some of your commons in there, right? Let's see, what else? So these are just example animals that could be added to the game, and we could decide their elements later, and also that shit can change anytime. These would be rares. I like making key NPCs rares as just a part of a game. So let's talk about, and they got to be NPCs you're interacting with in some way. We can make Monsieur Bellingard a part of the campaign. That'd be very funny. We don't need Albatross, not Miles. Ooh, actually, you can... Where's Hearthrob? We have Conrad. Do I have Conrad in here? No, I have Conrad there. I just didn't add him yet. All right, let's just do this so we get reminded of which ones we need to add still. Karthus. Ooh, do we want... I think we could do Karthus. Karthus could be fine. Yeah, he could be a rare. He could be attacker, and of course he is dark too. Stag Lord, Dear Lord. Actually, you know what? Is Dear Lord actually will get in, but it's gonna be legendary. It's gonna be a legendary, and it's actually gonna. We can't do 2 legendary supports. Nah, he could be support. That's fine. He could be an animal. And he's gonna vary, so let's make him Earth. There we go. Now Dear Lord's a part of it. He's there. He always has been. So yeah, you could add things like Karthus. We can add Viscount Salazar. Oh, I think Salazar's elite. Salazar's elite when you battle him. Salazar's elite when you get him in the party. Salazar's elite. This would be an example of an epic, probably. Hell, it might even be just legendary. Ooh, see, we could do this and make Karthus also legendary as, like, bosses. That's kind of fun. I think we might make these legendary. There. This, of course, is an attacker, is not an animal. And what was his element? I think his element was wind. There. Yes. Ooh. 1 of 7. Oh my gosh, oxygen. There. What class is Puppy with a gun? That's a good question. Puppy with a gun. Enemies be put in our party. See, that would be funny. You just add the enemies to your party. But we should make them rare. We should make them hard to get, so you don't just get enemies anytime. Alright, Sabona. I think Sabona I marked wind. Molrock was water? I have to double check on Molrock. Like, some of these characters actually have elements to them. There it is. Yeah, he's water. Okay, that's what I thought. So Molrock's water. So he's just Molrock, and in fact, I'm gonna even enable this. He's Molrock the prisoner, and then later there will be a Molrock the Rend. That would probably be either epic or legend. It's probably gonna be legendary. Spoilers. Spoilers. Molrock prisoner is gonna be an attacker, but then Molrock the Rend would become like an epic, right? We need to name that bandit his special. What bandit? You mean Ty? Do you mean Ty the bandit leader? Because we have him. He's not... I make him a rare. He existed. He's a weaker enemy. He could be light as well. So these element types are actually going to be important. Wow, I really don't make fire. Worm's going to be fire. Greater Raven can be fire as well. And Boar can be light. Yeah, these elements are actually going to end up being important too, because you'll deal more damage and take more damage depending on your element as well. All right, let's see. What are some other characters we could add? Hothrub. We can add Hothrub here. The blacksmith. I think everything would end up having a title at some point. He could just be a common, actually, because we need commons. He would just be... I keep adding support. Tank. He should be a common tank. That is fire. I don't want to make fire. Let's make him... Yeah, let's make him earth. There we go. Because I have just generic knight, right? I guess if he's named, he gets to be uncommon at least. Anything that's named should be at least uncommon, where other things are common. Maybe if they're a rare enemy there. Summer didn't torture them. It's true. Corey. Or do you mean Karthus? Who's Corey? Wait. I gotta add bandit pink tortured. Yeah, let's do that. Corey, the tortured bandit. I like that. We can make him an uncommon. He'll be a support because it's funny. It's funny. Should I mark him animal too? Pink's bandit. Oh, you're right. Summer's bandit. Summer's friend. Corey's someone else. Okay. Let's just, you know what? Let's just call it Summer's friend because that's even funnier. He's a support and he is, Pink, you get to name the element. What element was your friend? we need, the element that's important here. Dark? Okay, he's dark type. Sounds good. Ha. All right, so this is a good start for us right now. Let's just stick with the start. So this is our start. Right now we've got all these stats here that don't really matter. We'll balance stats later because obviously as things get stronger, they'll have stronger stats and stuff. He only buffs pink. See, that could be a trait. Ooh, that could be his trait. That'd be funny. Actually, that's a really good idea, Dave. I'm gonna do trait 1, trait 2. I think that's a really good idea. Here, let's skill 1, skill 2, skill 3. All right, we're gonna highlight these real quick. I'm gonna make a quick little adjustment here. ID is important because we don't want to lose that. There's that. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna scale back the stats there a little bit. We're gonna broaden these a little bit. We're gonna change our view here to freeze to columns. There we go, so we can see all this stuff. That works great. And Dave, you are a genius. That basically says if Summer is in the party, she takes half damage. I don't know. That's the trait. Yes, I think that would be good. Yes, you would actually, yeah, to buff Pink, but it makes Pink stronger. And actually, I want to talk about Pink's trait because I've already thought about Summer and what the first trait would do there, because some of these traits are gonna level up. And I still have to decide if we're going to end up doing 2 traits for epics or not. But Summer's trait, hear me out. There's going to be disruptions, right? Where the enemy is going to throw in some of their own units into your board, which are going to disrupt it because now you just have a bunch of things that are random junk. Unless you have Summer on your team, which is any time an enemy unit would be added to your board, it is replaced with Summer instead. Right? So hear me out, right? So you get like a bunch of you play this stage and a bunch of skeletons are on your board and you're like, ah, shoot, I have to match these skeletons in addition to this. And it's like, nope. Now, anytime they would be a skeleton, it's just Summer. It just replaces it. So it negates one of the ways that an enemy can mess with you there. And I think that would be the perfect ability for Summer as well. It's a nice, perfect trait. It makes it simple. It's thematic to the character. And maybe we could make it an argument that it's overpowered to make it a skill. I don't even think it's overpowered necessarily. It's just an easier way to solve some of the puzzles. So let's talk about next steps here. We've got a bunch of characters, and we got to get them added. So what does it look like to add a character to this gacha game? It's a little more than just write them down on a list, right? And later, we're going to have to decide all of these things, but that we don't have to do that. But what we could do is we need to start by adding these characters to our master spreadsheet, and by our master sheet. So what does that look like? Well, we first have to add them to our data. So here's the summons data. This is the basic data for every single character. You can see here I have most the information. Here's your baseline stats and everything. No subclass. But then you've got your element, your class, your rarity, what your name is, ID, and then are you a part of the general pool? You don't want to add Daniel's lore to this. It's pretty weak compared to the others, I believe. That's fine. We'll eventually add more things, and I think adding more details there would be a good idea. But now, we do some of the grunt work in a sense of I'm going to start copying and pasting this stuff like this, and then we go down the list. Basically, we just go down, we pull up the list here, we go down the list, and we say, oh, who's 11? Oh, well, that was Conrad, right? And this is unfortunately not even the exciting part of this. So we got Conrad, he's an attacker. He is wind. He is wind. Is he wind? No, he was earth. Earth. And we got nothing else. Great. Conrad's been added to the game, right? By just doing this one thing, he's been added to the game. Except, we also need to add a folder here for Conrad, and we have to add 3 images to this folder. Really only 2, but we do need to add the 3rd just for planning. We have to add first the PNG full. PNG full is the main image of the character. Then we need the head. This is the gem that we're going to disconnect from everybody. And finally, we need the banner for actual unlock. And in the future, I'd like to do these components separately on this banner so I could do a glowing effect for it. But right now, we're aiming for what's called an MVP, that minimum viable product, to just give us game feel. Not give us anything important right now, but just purely game feel. So, to show you the process here, because I'm going to first add it all the characters there, but let's just talk about, like, Conrad here, for example. Right? So we need an image for Conrad. So I have this template here to work with this, but before we could do that, we first have to get Conrad himself. So let's go grab Conrad. Conrad. Characters. Darkrim. Here's Conrad. We're gonna open with the GIMP. There's Conrad, right? So there's our buddy Conrad. And yeah, it might be better if we make him there. Oh, dear, it wouldn't be this week. I should have clarified. It wouldn't be this week. It would be like next week or something too. Yeah, this week's group 1. Although I haven't gotten full confirmation about it yet. Yeah, so it would be like next week as well. All right, so we have Conrad here. What we need to do is kind of remove his background. We're going to see if AI can help us with this. Being AI designer. Let's see if AI can help us with this. I don't know if it can. I'm just gonna double check. Oops. Okay. Go to customize. So here's what I'm doing, just so you guys can kind of see. I'm pulling up here. You're being dragged to go camping. Oh, I love camping. Camping's a lot of fun. My wife and I were talking even about like doing some more camping trips and trying to do something with the kids as well. I like camping. I wouldn't want to do it for like a month, but camping could be fun. Yeah, we don't care about any of that. We want to replace the image from my media. We're gonna upload from the stories. Look at that. I really tried to remove the background for Artanis and it just didn't work. It just got rid of Artanis. There we go. Let's remove background. Let's see if it does it. Okay. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's better than what I could do there. So, you've been watching a lot of camping videos. If you do it right, yeah, it can be very cozy. So let's just do this. We'll just have this be our, no thanks. This will be our Conrad here. Where is it? Where'd my image go? What did it just name it? A child flying a kite in the park. Ah, that's not correct. Conrad Full is what we'll call it. Okay, so now we have Conrad Full. And now that we have Conrad Full, we don't need this image at all. So we have Conrad Full, and now we got to put Conrad Full into the correct folder. My God, I've got all my folders mixed up already. Guys, this is already messy. So here we got Conrad Full, right? We just throw Conrad Full in there. There he is. Now I could pull Conrad Full into here, and look, he's a giant. But that's easy enough, because we just go here, we hide Hobbs, and now we just got to scale him to make him look, I didn't check the transparency box. That's my fault. That's fine. We can make it work. We'll make it work. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird for a while until we get like some updates on this, but this is not bad. This is not, I'm not upset with this at all, right? Good. And now I can remove the background. Let's remove the background this way, please. Thank you. All right, so there's Conrad. He is not special. Not to just rub it in immediately, but he's like a rare. And then we just remove the background. And he's an attacker. See, this is why you make templates, because it just makes everything so much easier. And all of a sudden, we are now having Conrad in the game. So we're going to just go here, go to Conrad, and we just call it Conrad Summon. And we got to adjust Conrad Full, which we were going to do anyway. So we're going to get this, close that, because we don't need it. So we have our template. There's Conrad Full, or Conrad, if you will. We can see him there. We're going to edit this in GIMP. One quickie second. So I just want to demonstrate the process here. So that's kind of what I just want to do for you guys, so you could see what this is going to start to look like. I'm going to overwrite, and now we just need his head. I'm going to try this a slightly different way than I did before, which is I'm going to try and just grab a circle. I didn't do that before, and I kind of wish I did. There we go. That's a circle. Sure. And we're going to cut that out. We're going to go image. We're going to scale to this. We're going to then scale image. So we need it to be 512. Scale it. And there we go. Now we have what is called the Conrad gem. There. Oh, you do? I mean, if you have it, that would be super helpful. There. Because, yeah. Yes, if you could do that, lady, because that was the thing. Like, even the pictures that I have for, like, Yas and stuff, that was, a lot of it was me manually just cutting the group picture that you had. Like, look at this. I'm going to open up Yas. So, like, here's that Yas image. It is me taking that big group picture that you made, and then cutting it as best as I could. So you can even see, like, I still technically have some of the background in here. And I don't mind. I mean, it still looks great. But it was just like, yeah, any of those images you have, that would be super helpful. Yeah, thank you. That will make it much easier. And I imagine you guys had them as well. But now everybody, with the creation of that, and by establishing Conrad here, I could do a quick close and reset. We could see Conrad has just been loaded into the game. So now, if I go here into the game, and I give it a refresh, I could go to Gacha, and let's see if we can pull Conrad. So summon. And we did. There he is already. Wow, this is actually an insanely good pull, guys. I pulled Hobbs again and 3 rares. That is stupid. Like, that is stupidly good. There. I can't believe I also got Conrad immediately after just placing him. Too. So I'm happy with that. That was easy. Easy. New unit, got it immediately. There. Oh my god, so many gems spent. This, of course, was 99999 at one point in time. It's not anymore. You get too much into the gambling, you can't stop. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We are going to first load in everybody this way, and then we're gonna slowly work down the list and get all of their images added as well. So this is the part of the stream where I'm gonna just start talking. Right? We're just gonna hang out, we're gonna talk, and chat it up, right? Tell you guys about life, stories, things going on. What I can say is that I am very excited for, this project, but more importantly, I've been just really excited about life, things happening, cool things you guys have been doing as well, because it's just been exciting. Honestly, it feels dumb to say this, but I feel like there is a quality of life that has improved since getting laid off. Like an aspect of it anyway. There's still a lot of stress, still a lot of just figuring things out, but at the same time, it's like I hear about these problems happening in my previous company, and they're not my problem anymore. They're just there. I think I'm gonna make a light tank there, and we'll just call him Knight. Right? Like there is kind of sit there. Put the highs on the plant. Apple, I can't put thigh highs on the plant. Got it. Yes, I did get laid off. I am still in the market looking for a full-time role, but we're not in danger. Let me phrase it that way. We're not in danger. Thankfully, I've had some very great... I've been thankful to just have some great connections that have helped me out a lot, and I'm infinitely thankful to them for what they've been able to do and how they've been able to just get me a contract role that can keep me afloat, right? Because the job market is shit. No matter how you look at it, it's shit, it's bad, and it just doesn't... It's just getting better right now. So we just are waiting on there. Yo, hey, BD Slade. Yeah, I did get laid off. I got laid off about 8 weeks ago. So I didn't get laid off in the massive layoff they just did. Like, I don't know if you heard this one, but yeah, it was last Friday. They laid off 17 people, which, based on how many people they've been laying off, equates to 20% of the company in one go. So that was solid of them. Oh, look, we're adding Artanis right now into the game, and he's going to be common now. There, but yeah, it's a struggle, but there are other parts there is, yeah, there are other parts that are positive from it, right? I'm taking the time to spend family to realign my values and just what I care about. It's also just a good time to just think and get reminded how thankful I can be towards just jobs and life in general as well. And also, I think another part is I'm not a rare breed by any means, but I'm the type of person, I am a nester, right? I get invested, right, in a company, and I just sit there. And I'm content, and I have no reason to leave. And I think that's a dangerous mentality for myself, for my family, and I won't let it ever happen again. I'm never going to be in a situation like this again, because I don't like the risk, I don't like the stress. Sorry, just double checking this. I think I'm gonna delete this Mulrock for now. All right, I'm just gonna Yeah, we're gonna... Sorry, everybody. I'm just catching up here. Yes, we're going to this mole rock. We're gonna make orange here, as I will add him later at another date. Yeah, it's just readjusting mentality, something I needed to do. I needed to... It wouldn't have been in this situation had I kept on the market, right? If I'd kept at it and just had other opportunities. People that float between companies and stuff, it's honestly for their protection, keep their skills relevant, right? I know. I was there for 9 years, right? 9 years, that company. And then I was just thrown out. just as simple as could be. And that's how it goes, right? Was there a reason for the big layoff? I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know. I don't know the specific reasons. My guess is that they lost for context here, without doxing anything, the group... I'm gonna make her attacker. The group itself is an agency kind of space, so their big thing is that they get contracts, right? They get all these contracts to work, and it goes from there. My guess is that a major contract got lost, and they no longer could support like most of the company. That's honestly what it is. And they're delaying some of the layoffs, but there's probably more coming. Why would I say that? Why would I say there's more layoffs coming? It's simply just because over the last 4 years, I have had to do layoffs every single year, and they just never stopped. Never, ever stopped. Every year I had to lay off people. I have laid off over 40 people since my time working there. So that's why I don't know specifically in this case what prompted it, other than they just did not have money. Right? That's what it comes down to. They did not have money. So since they did not have money, they decided to lay people off, which is how it goes, I suppose. Nothing more we could do about it. Nothing more I want to do about it. I just hope that the people that got affected by it can find a new role soon, because it sucks. And I was one of the fortunate ones to get a severance. Not everybody even got a severance, which is real bad. And it really plunges people into nothing, because here I am, I used up all 8 weeks of my severance, right? And thankfully, we've been able to stabilize and whatnot, so I'm not, like, complaining by that, but 8 weeks is not enough to find a new role. So what does it mean for other people, right? They get, like, nothing. You have an idea for Dear Lord's trait? When they are in the party, your party takes 50% less magic damage. Ooh, I like that. You can add that in. Party takes 50% less magic damage. We can figure out... Here's the thing. We could come up with whatever traits we want, and then we could figure it out later. Figure out how it works and what that means later. And I like that. I like that a lot. That's a pretty cool ability, and it would be something that would make somebody really exciting. As well as I like the idea of Dear Lord also should have a trait that buffs deer. just in general. It needs a trait, right? Well, I think one thing a Dear Lord could do is it could have let's talk about the Dear Lord now, because this is fun. The Dear Lord could also have a trait that it spawns deer on the board, combining deer deal double damage, right? Something like that, right? This is me riffing it, but the idea then is you're getting a debuff purely on the fact that now there's an extra piece on the board, right? It's deck tech, yes. So you're getting extra pieces on the board, but when you combine those extra pieces, they deal extra damage, which sounds pretty dope. Sounds pretty dope to me. All right, what number are we on? We're on Greater Icehound, which hasn't even been added to the game yet as a monster, but I like it. This would honestly be an encounter monster, probably more than anything. But you know what? I'm going to actually mark it that way. Sorry, I'm already vetoing an idea. That's okay. We're just going to move this down. And bloop. There we go. So 23 is going to be Karthus. Yes, we'll maybe add the Greater Icehound later, too. Because one, I don't have images for it, and two, it might be just more of an enemy than a direct ally that gets added, if that makes sense. All right, we've got there. He's an attacker. His element is dark. We keep it up. So, yeah, there's just there's a lot going on in the world. You know, you guys got to keep yourself safe out there and make sure that you're always taking care of, number one, remembering that your company does not give a shit about you in any sense. At the end of the day, if you're not making them money, then you're not doing anything for them. And that's what there. We could scrap. Well, I'm not saying we completely scrap it. We'll just mark it red right now, and maybe we can add it later, too. We'll see what makes sense. Dear Lord. Oh, yep, he's animal. Actually, here's your secret combo, lady, is Dear Lord is technically an animal. He's just a very strong animal. All right, put there. Oh, we didn't even add the super smackdown man. We'll have to add him later. Yeah, we'll add that. What element did I make you? Your wind. Earth, wind, and fire. We're almost got all these here, and then we're into image generation mode. And why are we doing this first today? Because one, I wanted a good diversity of entities within the game. And two, because we needed to get these in place before we could start actually doing some of the game development, which is what we need to do next. Yeah, everything's work in progress, nothing set in stone, and we can fix everything later, right? Oh, I love September by Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is honestly one of my favorite songs. Let's see, Ty is light. He's one with the light. Ty the bandit. I'm just going to put him here. The bandit leader. That's his title. Maybe I'll make his title fancier later, but that's his title for now. 27. We got Hawthorb. Hawthrob. This is going to be the other thing. You guys get to actually see my spellings of them, which is not always the correct spellings. We'll call him the Blacksmith of Imines. And he still gets to be an uncommon. He is an uncommon tank. And I think that's a fair thing. He also is Earth. Good. And now we get Pink's friend. Or Summer's friend. But what was this? This is 28. This is the last one. Summer's friend. Gotta do my escape characters. We'll do... Yeah, we'll just call it that. I think that's funny. All right. It's obviously got to be uncommon. It's got to be a support and is dark. Okay, so we have now 28. So we've more than doubled the amount of things within the game, and now we've got to do more. The bandit connoisseur. Ooh, I do kind of like that. Don't bother coming with any Daniel stuff until you figure out the house town building stuff, because you want Daniel to be doing stuff there. I mean, here's the thing. Every character is going to have both abilities, Dave. They're going to have things that you do at base, right, when you're not playing the game, and you're going to have things you do in the game, right? You get to do both. You want to get something French? What is something French you want? Unless you want Monsieur Belingard. We can add him. I don't have a picture for him. For the bandit bit? Okay, what do you got? So wait, you want the bandit connoisseur? We can put the bandit connoisseur. I don't mind that. Instead of the bandit leader, it's bandit connoisseur. Okay. You're making me hold on and not hold on, so I don't know 100%. All right, I'll just put bandit connoisseur right now while you say hold on, because the next part is we gotta make all of these images. Like, that's the real challenge here, is we gotta actually create things for everybody. French is a banned word. All right, we're gonna throw this over to the side. I'm gonna minimize these things because we don't care about those. We'll do this and then minimize it. And we're gonna throw this up. Okay, let's get some people in here. So, don't make it cook. We gotta find Boggles. So that's the first one. We've got Boggles. I'm actually really excited for Boggles to be in the game. Just kind of in general, right? No other reason. I like Boggles, and I'm really excited to add him to the game. He was my first NPC that I made, and you guys disrespected him, which is fine. You're not required to respect Boggles. He's not even the only form of Boggles. I had another one, but I liked this one better because he was friendlier looking. Let's see. Open with GIMP. Boggles! Let's remove this background. So many pieces. So many gadgets and gazmos. Oh, I could leave the flooring. I'm not going to. I don't want to leave the flooring. He's an uncommon. Everybody will get Boggles later. Yeah, let's do that. Ah, fuck. Now we'll do that. All right, let's find all the spots we missed. Shouldn't be too many. All right, what do you got? Boggles is an interesting name. I like Boggles. You also have a full body transparent for each group 1 member on the Discord lore picture. Thank you. I appreciate it, lady. That will make it much better when we go to images for everybody. Because we need it. And I can obviously go back in and update the images later too. Because it's, once you have the code for it in place, super easy to just go in and replace an image. Which is my goal. I take a coding methodology to try and make it so I don't have to hard code as many things as possible. Which isn't, not saying, oh, it's a novel way of speaking or thinking. No, it's not. But what it does is it means that I don't have to worry about adding new ideas. I like to add them out of code so it keeps things more consistent, more open, and I can then think about it more, more directly to saying what makes a character, right? A character should have these things. Well, what can I make of these things that are outside of my code so I don't have to go in and hard code everything, in a sense. I hope that makes sense to you guys there on why we might do that. All right, this is not the perfect Boggles, but it's good enough for me. We're not going for perfection, right? We are going for it looks good enough. I also don't think you guys have met Felhorn the Potion Master yet. You have not. All right, let's put Boggles there, and now we got get his face. Make it modular. Yeah, as modular as you could get. That is the best way to do it. There. We need perfection. If we need perfection, then we need you guys there. Is it okay that for this game, you basically rewrite most of the desert area's lore and turn it into more of a Fallout wasteland? So the answer to that, Dave, is no. But there could be side stories and there could be other aspects of the wasteland, right? And what do I mean by that? I don't want to rewrite that lore because you're probably going to later encounter it, right? You're probably going to end up in that place. Like, that's just gonna happen. And so I don't want to rewrite that lore just on the off chance that you guys end up there. And now we have to adjust for it. That's cute. That's actually kind of cute. If I could cut out some of this background, it would be even better. But for right now, this is cute. So we're gonna go canvas size. Nope, wrong. Okay. I meant to crop it, but we'll do this. We're gonna figure this out. I gotta really get the sizing in place. Okay. Yep. Image. Let's go to this button. There's so many buttons to press. There's so many buttons to press. All right. Scale. There we go. All right. Now this is Boggle's gem. That pink. There. Was that? Can't stop to think about summer having a tea party. I think a summer tea party would be very funny. It gives me a Tiny Tina vibe for it, but it's very funny. All right, we got green background because Boggles is not. He's special, but he's special to me. He's less special to you guys in the current story. Until he becomes a lord boss that you guys have to fight. Yeah, he's less special, and that's fine. Do this. I'm gonna eventually make this whole thing smarter, but we don't need to do that now. Don't need to put in the extra work when we're just trying to get something that works, right? Gonna be a silly rare. He's gonna be a support, and he's not a rare. He is an uncommon. Look at that, Boggles, but looks so good, guys. Once you build these templates, looks so good. You can't ever stop with it. Boggles. Why did I name him Boggles? Because I couldn't name him Goggles. That's where it's at. He's special because he's friend lady. He is special. He's lady special friend. Did I keep it in the box? I think it got out of the box, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll end up doing a recap on it later. So happy. See, this is a good uncommon because you're gonna see it a lot, and it's like a smile. What did I think of your boss idea? Okay, Famine is a time trial boss that by matching, she heals you. Otherwise, like every 30 seconds, she deals devastating damage to you. I could definitely see that. I think that's a good boss idea. Like, I could see that. I was thinking about, like, boss actions being, or just anybody's actions being more on a move basis. So you do X known moves, and then it deals damage. But I could also see, I like the idea of it, like, casually eating at your health as well. Just, like, hitting everybody. And then what it does is it means, strategy-wise, you either need to have a party of high health characters, or you have a party of a lot of healers as well, which are all options. All right, let's make generic knight. That is what we need next. I need a generic knight, and I think I have one that we can use. Humanoid. I guess we could also do bandit, but we'll do bandit later. Where's my knight? Yeah, we'll do this knight, because why not? It looks easy enough. Bam. This knight looks easy enough for me to crop. It's basically the idea. Let's build a big old, I like my circle eraser. And I like it bigger. There. Oh, opacity was a little too low. Okay. Look at this. Yeah, that should be good. Oh, yeah. That's good. This knight looks scary, and I like it. All right. That should be good. I like this. You could just have one healer and they could cast buff heal. But that's the thing. Not all healers would be able to do multi-group heal. And some of the logic for the gameplay itself would probably have the healer only healing those that are most damaged. Right? Which means now you've got a different problem going on. And I like that. That makes it more challenging. Because we want challenge, right? This game is not fun if you don't have clear-cut challenges in it. Clear that out. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's a good night. That's a good night. I'm happy with that night. I'm gonna put this in here, just like this. Nice, pretty box for the pretty knight. Make it fit there. There's our full body knight. Where do I go for this? This here. Summons and into... I didn't make the folder yet. Night. Night. Bull. There we go. I also like programming with you guys, too. Puppy with a gun boss fight. I could see you doing puppy with a gun. See, here's another thing. When you do side stories and whatnot, you can do whatever the fuck you want. So what does that mean in full? Well, if you can do whatever you want at any time, why not have a side story where the party accidentally goes to the future? Right? And in the future, the whole point of the story is that Lady wants to tame a future hound that is a hound equipped with a gun. There's your whole entire side story. I solved it for you. I hope you guys like story creation. Right? Like, that's all it has to be. It's easy, simple enough. And now you've got a silly story that you could just play around with. Let's make this 512. Look at this easy scale, and then we make the image canvas size. Make this 512. Center it, resize, done. So we got night gem, right? You would love the side. See that, and then we can introduce those characters as like special characters or whatever to just the game. Too. It doesn't have to be super fancy. It doesn't have to even make sense, like, because it's non-canon event, right? It's a non-canon event, so we don't have to do anything super fancy with it. We could just have fun. And that's one of the advantages of this, is with the regular RPG, right? I have to kind of keep things on pace. I have to make sure that they make sense, that they fit thematically. But in this, it's like, nah, we can do whatever we want. Because they could become side stories. They don't have to be a part of the main story. We can have things that are part of the main story, but we don't have to. Oh, shoot. I'm so glad to be adding a couple more comments. I'm not tired of looking at Puppy, but I've maxed out Puppy so fast. There, I'm like, I need just something different. So here we go. There's our something different already. And that checks off night. Now we're on to Daniel. Daniel, Dave. All right, let's get Daniel in here. Daniel. I think you guys will have an emotional reaction like I did to seeing your characters added into the game here, because it's really fun. It genuinely is. I already have a Daniel with the background gone, so I don't have to do this. Where is that Daniel? Oh, I know where that Daniel is. Just a second. The problem is, it's like Oxygen's. Oxygen's the hardest one to remove the background for. I do have it, so it should be okay. But it's gonna be tricky. All right, let's see here. Where is that? YouTube thumbnails, live streaming. There we go. Okay. So we've got this one and this one. Let's open these. Boom, boom. There's our Daniel. Which is just reversed right now. Great. Which way do we want him? He could work either way. Let's get him this way. Why not? I like it. We'll do this way. And we'll call this Daniel full body. Daniel full. See? So when is it the timeline set in? I'm glad you asked. So the timeline itself is set kind of... I don't know. There's a part of me that's trying to maybe push it back to more Renaissance era there, because I don't know, it'd make more sense, but it's medieval era is kind of what I've told people. Medieval era is setting. So why does Daniel have a gun? Daniel comes from a country called Theodore, which is a country focused on technology. That's always been the biggest thing about that country, is just having the most advanced technology you can. So it's a nation of science in a way. As such, their technological advances are much further than everywhere else. So it is steampunk. That's honestly what it is. It's just steampunk. So that's why he's maybe a little different. Boggles also comes from the same area, although Boggles' master might not admit it to him. Yes, you're from one of the better countries, and you're not the only character from that country. There's other characters that are too, but one of the discerning factors of those people from Theodore is that they despise magic. They absolutely despise magic. Usually because it's non-science, so it doesn't have any... Oh, shoot. Wait, fuck. Damn it. I closed the wrong one. Like, it doesn't have any connection to science, right? It's hard to explain. What? That is not what I meant when I said open. All right. Open with GIMP, please. Oh, fuck. I'm clicking the wrong one. That's why it's there. All right. Fuck. How did I mess this up? Oh, that's what's going... I figured it out, guys. I just opened the wrong file to begin with. There we go. So that way I can get the oxygen. Because that's coming up quick. Yeah, so it's part of a different nation. Was that a monster in the party? What do you mean a monster in the party? I mean, that was from the thumbnail. So that was a monster thumbnail. But it wasn't necessarily a monster in the party itself. I hope that makes sense. All right, here's our epic. He's an attacker. And now we've got Daniel, who's way too big. All right, I want to make sure we're focused in. This is the important part. So we do this, right? And then we just do a nice little cut. Crop this out. Oh, look at that banner. Oh, it looks so good already. I'm so happy with that. I love how these turn out. That looks so good. There. Did the next stream leak? No, that was the picture from last stream. Yeah, you didn't. I didn't leak next stream. That's just that was the picture I used for last stream. You guys get spoilers whenever I put up like the YouTube stuff, so I try not to put it up too soon anymore. But there we go. We got the Dave art. It's all finished. Now we're on to oxygen. This card changes. We don't need that. Yeah, here's the thumbnail from before. All right. So now I have this. Sure. All right, making a new layer. That's kind of gonna work. I'm gonna crop it. And crop oxygen to make him a little better. The amount of work this takes is insane, but it's one of those things that once it's done, then we don't have to do it again, hopefully. All right, export as... Oh, nice! Oxygen. Oxygen full. Easy. It is you. We're gonna get all of your images right now. Gotta crop your head. This will be the tile gem. Well, the truth is too, we're gonna need to at some point in time make it like, I don't know, consistent. But for right now, nah, this works just fine. All right, let's get this here. This music's a good vibe. I like it. All right, there's this. Do that. Fit there. Now we scale it. 512. There we go. And because I like exact sizes, 512. Center. There, beautiful. There's Oxygen's mug right there. Gem. There. Magic is science that isn't categorized. I do think that's a good way to do it. So the rule of it is they usually hate it because of its impacts on their society. Not because they like necessarily hate the people, but they hate it's almost like, I'm not going to say science is the religion, but it's that kind of way of like, it's blasphemous in a way to use magic. So people just kind of, it's not that they forbade it, it's that they generally try to not interact with it. They look down upon those who are magic users because it's like they didn't work as hard for what they have, because they could just go whoop, 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 magic, and they're like, that's fucking bullshit. We cured cancer and you're just whoop, 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 whoop magic on us. Like, yeah, you'd be a little aggravated if you did all this work and then somebody just came in and was just like, yeah, I just waved my magic wand and now he better. And it's like, there's no science, there's no explanation, there's no way to improve upon it or expand it. It just makes one person required to make things better. And then never mind, it's just dangerous, right? Like, it's dangerous because they see a lot of the uncontrolled nature of magic. We have already finished oxygen. Now we're on Artanis. So now I'm going to the Discord to grab the Artanis image. Thank you for posting that, lady. Yes, this is the image I wanted for it, but I could not extract it at all because he's behind people. So I'm like, ah, shoot. I can't grab it. But now I have it. Where is it? All right, let's throw this in here. We'll call this Tannis Full. And now we will open this with GIMP. Bam. Look at that beautiful mug. All right, so now we just gotta crop it. It's easy. Cropping's the easiest part. Once it's here, it's just super easy. But yeah, look at this. This looks so sick to pull. Can you guys imagine pulling Apple? We're gonna make him common. Can you imagine pulling Apple? You're only going to pull Apple. We're gonna create a rarity below common that is just called guaranteed. And every 10 pull, you're gonna pull him. You're gonna pull him at least 100 times. All right, overwrite that. He does look demonic. He is a little bit demonic. Should I tell you guys what the IP address? Here's the thing that I probably should have mentioned. The game is currently live. So what do I mean by the game's currently live? I mean, literally, I got the port forwarding set up because I wasn't sure exactly where we were going to go, but you could literally sign up and play the game right now. And there'd be no problems with that as well. There. You can't currently download it on mobile. It's a website. Maybe you could, but yeah, it's not mobile friendly either. It's gross. One day we'll make it mobile friendly, but that's not today. Today's goal is let's add a couple more characters to the game, and then we're gonna actually build the core gameplay, hopefully. That's one of my goals, is I want to start building the actual core gameplay, but I needed to get characters in first, right? I hope that makes sense. There's Artanis. He's a very, very big boy. God, I love this texturing, lady. The texturing you use for these characters is so good. All right, let's cut here. Beautiful. Look at that bad boy. Now we make him a tank, because he can be tank class. I think it fits well for Artanis to be kind of tanky. Even though he's a little more aggressive and probably a little more aggressive. He's a lot more aggressive in the actual story. These don't have to follow the actual stories. You already have the perfect idea for Berserker Boss. I'm excited for it. Yeah, it fits. I think it fits your build, too. And I think the skill idea of, like, you being able to eat troublesome blocks, and if you can't eat a troublesome block, you will literally consume one of your other players, is also very funny. as well. So I'm pretty excited about that. We need Atreus now. Arteus. Sorry, Arteus. I don't know why I spelled it that way. Shoot. How am I gonna get this dude? Oh well. There he is. I probably should actually edit this first. Let's open with the GIMP. All right, there's Arteus. I mean, I guess this could be fine. Just doing this image here. It's really sick with all the art and stuff behind it, too. But we'll do this. We're just gonna grab this dude. He's not supposed to be this special. He doesn't get a full art image. A part of me is like, maybe I'll just leave it. Maybe I'll just leave it like this. I think I will. This is gonna be his art. This is fine. Yeah, this is okay. I spelled it differently, so now I have to fix it. RTS. Here's the problem with programming sometimes, guys, is you have to be so specific on your characters and everything that if you mess up like a single character with the caps, it doesn't work. Extremely high defense. His first attack takes 4 turns to charge up. Then he deals 1 damage, then takes 3 turns. And so this slowly... Yeah, I see where you're going. So that slowly gets stronger and stronger. I like the Berserker that I kind of created. You know, to toot my own horn. But the idea of the more you get damaged, the more damage you deal. So the closer to death, the scarier you are. Oops. There's our Arteus here. Right? Also eventually gains the ability to rampage. Yeah, I do like that, though. Like this ability where you're just basically going to destroy everything around you. And I think that's important. Canvas to layers. All right, scale image. Oh my god, it's gonna get so big. 5. Look at that man's face. His man face. It's gonna be fine. I'm making all of the gem images exactly 512 by 512 because it's just easier. It's just easier to do and I don't have to think about it. All right, we got an Arteus gem. And now we go over here and Arteus is a rare. He's not as special, but he gets to be a healer.
That's really cool, Xazaviar, but the gerbil ninja really wants to drink some water now. It's for a meme or something. I don't know.
You have forgotten you'll be late tonight? You don't have to forget anything. You're good. We're just, you know what? We're designing. We're chilling here. Here's Arteus from the last episode of this. You might know him from the famous game series Xazaviar TTRPG. And yeah. That's all you've missed. You've missed essentially nothing. I think that's good. Yeah. Look at that. That's pretty sick. I'm pretty happy with that. All right. Arteus summon. All right. And then because I'm going to forget there, we need to make sure that I correct the spelling on some of these and that we fix in the code there. So yeah, yes, I don't know if you caught any of the explanation on the gacha game that we're building, but we're building a gacha game. And I already have the basics started, but we're going to be doing some sick polls in a little bit. Yep. I had an OS. Oop. There we go. Just want to fix that name. So sick polls. Disguised web stream is TTRPG. It is kind of a hype stream. But at the same time, we're going to be using this as a full-on community thing. So it's just the whole community gets to create and add as a part of it. All right, we're going to reset there. We're getting closer, guys. We've got another 11. We've got 11 to go through. So that's good. Although, I'll put out a message. I don't have a formal picture for Pink's friend, for Summer's friend, and I think, dear, I just saw the picture and lore pictures of your character, and I love it already, and we'll just use it. If that's what you want to look like, we'll make it work. Honestly, just for context for everybody, I'm seeing this. This is an image of a beautiful man. Or woman. I'm not going to assume gender here, but there. Yeah. That's exciting. Deer is probably going to be joining group 2. Yes. Why did I make Oxygen look Barney, Godzilla, Love Child? I don't have any explanation. I typed lizard with rainbow beard. Or actually, no, we typed a couple different lizards. And that was the one that Oxygen liked the most. So that's the one we went with. So that's as straightforward and simple as it gets. It was just, we liked it, so we stuck with it. All right, so I'm going to call out to the group here. The last thing I have 2 things I'm going to be adjusting here soon. I'm going to need an Hawthorb, and I'm going to need Summer's friend. You know, the little bandit she was carrying. I'm going to need pictures for those. And if you guys have pictures that you want me to use, just post them in the Discord and tell me, and I will pull them, and we'll use them. But up next is Mole Rock. So we've got to so what we're doing right now, guys, for those catching up, we are, of course, designing the basics. So we're trying to add in some of these characters so that our next step, we can go and have these characters exist within our world and game. I think I'm gonna do a quick and dirty. Look at his muscles. Damn, he's a strong boy. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna just try to get some characters. So we have some more characters in the game than there are currently, which was 11. So we're adding it so that there are 29 characters then in the game. Which I think will just make it more interesting. It can also test out the rarities a little bit better, too. And then after that point, I am going to post the URL so that you guys can test out the game a little bit on your computer, too. I will say, don't get too committed to anything that you pull, because chances are I'm going to reset it many times. Just so many times. It's going to be reset. So, just throwing that out there, that if you do decide to test out the game, just assume that all of your progress is going to be erased multiple times until we hit a certain point that we're like, okay, I think we could start saving progress permanently. Which is going to be a while. Like, it's just going to be quite a bit of time before that happens. There. Let's throw it here. Almost got his big, strong muscles. Mole Rock boy. Alright. Get him. Bam. New layer deleted. Perfect. There's our Mole Rock full. Mole Rock full. Molrook. It's probably more correct pronunciation. I can't even pronounce my own things that I made up. I could have named him Molrock, but I named him Molrook. And then I only pronounced it Molrock. So that goes to show how much of a struggle just everyday life is. There are some tests, I swear, they're just there to test dyslexia, and I fail them every time. Alright, let's get this. I just want to get his image right here. We're making the gem. So, let's explain a little bit more about what I'm envisioning here for this game, because there's going to be a lot going on. First and foremost, we need the game to be interesting by having all the characters having somewhat unique abilities so that you have reasons to use the characters. Inevitably, one of the things that I look at, give him the boyfriend perk. I like that, actually. That's actually hilarious. One of the things that I think is important is that we want to think about the characters as different tiers, like different tiered characters, which partially this is obvious, right? Because we have different rarities. But I don't want it to be innately that like getting a legendary is just strictly better than the epic version of the character. Instead, I want to think about it as the tiers are rares become outclassed by epics, right? Rares become outclassed by epics. There, Claire. Oh yeah, yes, you haven't been here. We already pulled your character quite a few times. I have quite a few dupes. What was I saying? So you have commons get unclassed by uncommons, rares get unclassed by epics, but epics don't get unclassed by like legendaries or things like that. They're complementary, and it's the legendaries just have additional things, and they're going to be stronger, but they're not innately just better. Is that making sense too, or am I sounding like crazy person? Because either way's reasonable. There. Lady is legendary, and the reason Lady is legendary is twofold. One, because I needed a legendary. That's the part one. I just needed a legendary. Part two, because Lady, I actually want to have 3 skills. And I was going to sync them up. I might actually downgrade Lady to an epic at some point in time. We'll decide later. But main thing was I wanted Lady to have the 3 skills and the 2 traits as well. The 2 traits was the bigger, and that's where I might downgrade, because I might just have 2 traits be a part of epic as well. So that was the only reason. Otherwise, yeah, I wanted everybody's like players' characters to be epics, so they're not super easy to get. But yes, yeah, anybody's player, right? Any player deserves that. They deserve to be at least epic status there. It also makes it funny too, because when you guys actually test it and play it, you might have some struggles getting your own character, and I find that funny. Like, I want nothing more than for you guys to complain. It's like, Saz, make a banner so I can unlock my character. And I say, no, your banner isn't scheduled for another month. And then you're like, Saz, just give me the character. And I'm like, no. That's, to me, very funny. Do you think, I think we're going to use the AI for this. We're going to use the AI for this one. I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to waste my time trying to cut out the background on this one. Yeah. You guys find my suffering funny. Why can't I find your... What? Summer This is not what I asked for. My media. No, not upload designer. I want to upload. Bang. Thank you. Click this. Remove background, please. Please do it. Okay, I'll give it a passing score. I'll give it a passing score. We'll try it. No thanks. It's not great, but it'll work. Yeah, you guys find my suffering funny. Why can't I find your suffering funny? Is that just there? Wait idea? What's your wait idea? How are people going to playtest with characters if they can't even play with them? I mean, that's a good point. But I mean, the playtest with characters is I'm just going to give you guys like 40,000 gems, right? To start with. Something like dumb, and then we just playtest things. That's not what I needed. Actually, you know what? That's not bad. That's not bad, actually, because I can just pull Sabona there. We can do a little scale adjustment. Yeah, I think this could work well. Just hide this, and then I just do a little erasing. There. Daniel takes 90% less damage from Apocalypse, but you have to complete the Apocalypse questline to unlock Daniel. So he's good for replaying the quest pop line. I could see that. There. we can absolutely make super specialty characters, right? That are, fuck, I don't want this here. It's whatever. Like super specialty characters that are better at certain events. That's what it should be. Because, well, not what it should be, but that should be an important aspect of it, just on the basis that it gives more opportunity for some characters to shine. Now, I will say though, Dave, doing something like that does mean that your character becomes less playable, right? Because all of a sudden it's playable for one event and people are like, oh, cool, I'll use it for this event. And then it just never gets used again. So I do want to make it slightly better than that. Something that, like, can be used in maybe in future puzzles or something like that. But yeah, it's something to play around with. All right. Two. And 90 is a lot. I mean, it would be overpowered. But here's the thing. The main way that you're going to lose usually is all of your characters getting knocked out, but not exclusively. There are other ways that you'll lose, too. And we want to be prepared for that. All right, let's look up the creatures. I got my animals. Where's my greater raven? Greater raven. That's so raven. All right. Let's make greater raven. Greater raven. You guys want this sick raven that maybe one day you'll unlock? Which one do we want? I think we want this one. I'm gonna open this one. Yeah, I think this is the raven we want. I always have like a couple pictures, but yeah, this one is the one that's super cool. Unfortunately, it's white, so it makes it harder to delete the background. All right, there we go. Let's get some of these. One day you might encounter a greater raven and enjoy the perks of having a greater raven on your team. Mostly the fact that they provide like extra insight, intelligence, and they're like the perfect support. There we go. Clotted cream and milk tea. Time to roll your D20. Look at that sick ass raven. All right, I'm gonna go greater. How do we do this? It is greater raven full.png. There we go. Easy peasy. All right, greater raven full. We're just scroll that over here. And now we'll do a little crop of his head. I kind of wish this crop could be like a circle crop. But it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. 64? Yeah, that works. That should work just fine. Here we go. I hate how much I have to concentrate on this part. We'll get into that. There. Blood explosions would be very funny. Everyone does want the raven. But we'll see. I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to tame things if you don't want to. But I also know that you want to. Like, you want to more than anything in this world. Tame it all. And I promise you, I'm going to throw you guys bones and stuff. Like, I'm going to make sure that you do get to encounter this. Like, it's not going to be like, oh, you want it? Never get it. You never get to have it. No. You guys will get to have it. That's not a big deal. That's no problem off my shoulders here. All right, greater raven. Let's see. Greater raven is a common. Just your common ass bird. Look at this. Oh, it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful picture. Gonna be used for a common. I think I'll drop that a little bit. We do a nice little crop. Ooh, do I want to crop it there? Just a sec. I think I'm gonna move it over slightly. There we go. That's better. There we go. And now, just get rid of this. And we make it common. Common-ass bird. And this one was support, right? Yes, this one's a support. So let's make it support. Support instead of attacker. Look at that. Doesn't that look great? Even if it is a common-ass bird, it still looks good. Greater Raven, and then we just make it a summon. There. You smacks characters. You don't even work. Well, and that's the thing. We'll do an example. Actually, I mean, I guess, Dave, that's a good point. Let's talk a little bit more about how this game might actually look and work, too. So I'm going to show you guys just a sample of Pokemon Shuffle. And this game came out, like, super long ago. So let's talk about this. This is partial inspiration for it. So this is an example of I guess I would say, more difficult level on this. So let's open Image New Tab and break it down. And break down even, well, that one's too tiny. All right, so this is Pokemon Shuffle here. In Pokemon Shuffle, what you're doing is you're essentially just fighting Pokemon, trying to pass stages. You get a certain number of moves. It's whatever stage you're on, blah, 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 right? This game came out like 7-8 years ago, something like that, and has been basically non-existent. It's not exactly Candy Crush, because in Candy Crush and in Bejeweled, here's a critical difference. To make matches, you have to swap them beside each other, right? Like, it has to swap beside each other. The difference is that you actually swap anywhere on the board, right? Anywhere you want on the board, creating bigger combos. Furthermore, what we can do with this is then by doing that, when you make that combo, you deal damage based on your character's unit's damage to the enemy. So this is essentially what the game's going to be, except you'll have multiple enemies, and instead of just this grid, you'll also have a small area below that represents your skills. So your character will charge up skills, kind of like this is charging up a skill. It'll charge up skills the more you combine that character. And once you combine enough of that character, your like little picture will start to glow, and you can tap on it to do a special skill, right? So you're going to want to combine those to activate skills. Now, you only get one skill per stage, so you're going to choose what skill you want to use. But then it also comes with all these boxes and stuff. So, Yas, the way you put there is, it becomes very complicated very quickly, while still being a simple game. Add Whimsicott to Gacha? Why not? Whimsicott was actually in this game, too. Defense against the Apocalypse, too. I mean, we could do that. So what it does is, it's a puzzle game, right? At the end of the day, it becomes a clear-cut puzzle gacha game, where you're unlocking characters and you're using it to try and pass more and more complicated levels that have more and more effects while following the storyline. Now, lady, you asked particularly about like the moves left. We're not necessarily going... I could see some puzzles being moves based, but I want to say most of the puzzles in this game will be based on when your characters get defeated, because I feel like that's more thematic. So right now, that countdown by the Pokemon's head at the top is when that Pokemon will act. We will do the same thing. We'll have that is how many moves you make before it will act and cause a disruption or attack one of your units or one of your heroes. And you could be knocked out dead there. So Dave, I hope this paints a better picture of what it looks like, but it does still have the Bejeweled Candy Crush combo system, right? Where if I make I'm even looking for a good combo. If I make this combo here, this is going to go away. All of these are going to fall down, and if they fall in a line, it will make a new combo, which will cause more damage. And there's going to be some characters whose abilities are based off of making combos, right? So that's kind of what it is. You're confused on how HP works, but you'll understand the HP. So each character will have their own HP. We are building a gacha game, is what we're doing today, Unbreakable Grass. So welcome in. So yes, we basically, every character will have their own set of HP. And when this disruption happens, that might just be an attack. So they're just going to deal damage to one of your characters. And then if your character dies, right, it'll decrease your stars you get for the level. Like, you got to get 3 stars or something to get the best rewards. But if your character dies, it deals half damage for the rest of the battle. There. So you really, and you can't use skills or anything like that. So it becomes really fucking hard. You ever played them, by the way? Is it fun? I mean, gacha games can be very fun. Oh, I mean, I haven't even showed you guys. I haven't showed the new people hopping on. So, Yas, what you haven't seen, while I'm making characters, I do have some of it programmed as well. Where's my... There. Yeah. I have it programmed so we can go here and unlock stuff. So here, Yas, look. Let's see if we can pull Yas. Oh, we didn't. We pulled Conrad, though. Let's see. Who else? A lot of Conrad. We are pulling a fuck ton of Conrad. I gotta check on rate up. We got Salty. More pulls. Ooh! Actually, guys, this is a really good pull. 3 rares, an epic, and a special. Like, that's actually really good. So much Hobbs. I've only pulled 1 lady. Oh, there's Nika. I want to pull Yas. This is Yas's. There's Yas. I'm like, this is Yas's rate up banner. Where is Yas? Now, you guys notice I haven't pulled any Nibusan because the only way to pull Nibusan is doing the Nibusan banner. So let's pull Nibusan. I want to pull another Nibusan. No. No, more Nibusan. Stop. Conrad, go away. No one likes you. Conrad, no. That's a second Nibusan. Literally second Nibusan. What the fuck? Yes, I got the spreadsheet. Yeah, basically. There's so many stuff. I do have infinite pulls right now. I mean, I technically don't. I have a lot. I have a lot of pulls. Look at all these gems. I'm rich as fuck, boys. We also got my exclusive banner. Look at this. This is the new player banner there. Come in, you can get Nika, Salty, Yas. We'll have to add Apple here. But honestly, I think we could make Whimsicott a skin. We could make a Whimsicott skin. Why not? We haven't even done skins yet. But yeah, that's where we get there. Alright, let's pull on this banner. 10 pull. Woo! Okay, so that's my guaranteed. On there. Let's cut mask for Apple. Yeah, we could do that. Alright, that's one of my 10 pulls. I only get 20 pulls total on this one. Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, it's good getting rares. Rares are good. I feel like the odds are broken. Also, why is Conrad being selected so much? Like, so much. Alright, now that banner's gone for me forever. I can't use it. Unless I go and delete my data. Well, thank you. We're still going to be working on this quite a bit. This could be a multi-stream project. So yeah, we're working on this spreadsheet right now, just for everybody's reference. We just finished creating Greater Raven. So we've got this many more that we're going in. Once we get those, then we are golden for starting the next phase, which is actually building that game I just showed you guys. I just wanted to get more characters in there so we had a good variety. Plus, if I'm honest, after guys, I get more characters. Once I get more characters in, I'm going to post the IP address so you guys can do polls. Because you guys are able to do this now. And I want to see your polls. I want to see if you guys can get the legendaries. So, I just got to remember to actually give you guys gems. Alright, 1 second. Gems. If you don't have gems, we're going to give you that many. There. That way you guys can do polls. when the time comes. But yes, I will actually make a channel for the RPG. Yeah, I probably should do that. Alright, we'll do that. Good point. I'll make it. I'll put it in game chats. We'll make the channel right now. I'll make the channel right now. We'll just call it Zaz Gacha. And there we go. Yeah. All right, there you go. Zaz Gacha has been created. New channel, and like everybody's literally a part of it. There, I'm actually gonna move it up on the channel list, and then we'll figure out that other part later. Easy. Yeah, it's gonna be community gacha clusterfuck. Okay, let's keep going. So we've got more characters to make. We are now on the worm. Ooh, we're gonna use this picture of the worm because I love it. This is one of my favorites. So yes, Yas, one of the things we're gonna be talking about right now, we're working towards MVP, which is basically just saying that we need something that's simple enough to use, but isn't gonna have any of the fancy animations yet. So that's what we gotta work on. Oh, let's see here. I gotta open with Gomp. There we go. Look at this beautiful worm. I like this worm. This is probably one of my favorites that got generated. Delete this. So that's our objective, is we want to get this, and then I'm going to work towards an MVP. And then once I have a minimum viable product built, then we're going to start talking about hosting it. Because I have a Raspberry Pi here, guys. Like, I have it right here. And this is what the server is going to live on. And I've done it before, and it's really easy. And since the main reason to host it on there versus my computer is I turn my computer off every night. But if I host it on there, then you guys could literally be playing this game 24/7 if you wanted to. So I see zero reason to not allow that to happen there, unless you break the server on me, which is my fault then. Yeah, if you guys break my server, that's my fault. I should have built a better server. There. Is this victim blaming? Maybe. But it's just the truth. If you don't want people to break your code, just make better code, guys. It's just that simple. Alright, look at that beautiful, beautiful worm. I'm very excited about worms. My kids today, they had a ice and water camp, which was a very fun rendition for their summer camp extravaganza. It was put on by my wife and my mom, and it sounds like they had a blast, so I'm excited. I want to do camps. Hey, long time no see, Kane. How are you doing? We're gachian. We're making a gacha. We're making it right now. You're actually seeing the process, and we're about to make another common. And the common's a worm. Look at this common ass worm. You guys are going to see this a lot, and I'm happy about it. All right, let's see there. I think that's a good spot for that. Oh, I got to move it to the side, though. Yeah, that looks sick. I like it. I like it. All right. Here's my common worm. Worm, of course, is a tank. Why did I put the worm there? Put there, and then we get rid of the raven. Beautiful. Let's we go. And we just go to the worm. We're getting closer. We got like 8 more characters. We'll test out the summons, and then I will send you guys the IP address so you guys can just pull on it, because I think that's fun to share your polls. I actually think I'll show you. Oh, Apple, that'll 100% be a skin that gets added to the game, and you have, it's gonna be against your will. It won't be against your will, but this is getting added for Apple. Ooh. It probably should be. I agree with you, Yas. We probably should categorize it there. Yeah, let's just throw it over there. Why not? I'll leave it right there. We'll have that later. But yeah, this will be a skin that you can unlock. I could see this actually being a legit fun skin. What's the Zaz Gacha channel for? It's for this right now. My audio or video is behind. Did it get fixed? No idea. Zero clue. But yes, it will get added, and that's what it's gonna be. Maybe we'll just... Either it'll be added as a skin. I think I want to add it as a skin for Artanis. Or it'll be added as, like, waifu character. Just a brand new character for everybody. Where's my boar? Boar. Alright. Let me get my boar in here. There we go. Just gotta, like, this is a real part of programming, guys. Is just editing. Imagery, editing, all of this. Is just how programming goes sometimes. You'll get a good framework going, you'll get some things built, and then you have to spend 2 decades just oh, shoot. Okay. I think that fixed it. We'll find out in a moment. Yeah, you'll spend 2 decades just doing this. And it'll feel like, but I want to play my game, but I want it to work. It's like, yeah, you have no choice. You have no choice in the matter. You have to accept this and just get it done. And it's a lot of grunt work, but it's worth it, especially if you built a modular framework, such as I usually aim for. It makes it super easy, because then as soon as you're done, you just have a functioning game, which is the greatest thing you could ask for. All right, let's crop this shit up. But getting to that modular game, and I'm going to explain some logic as well, especially when we get to the more formal programming side of this stream, which will come, I promise. It gets intense quick. Programming is an intense sport that if you're not good at it, it's fine. It's not for everyone. It's usually not for me. Oh my god, wait a second. My canvas size... Damn it, I hate it when it's off by 1 pixel. Resize. Alright, now it's good. There we go. So much to do. It's like busy work, honestly. But if you guys enjoy these sorts of streams, we're going to do more of them. We just are. Because I think they're fun. I think there's things that we can do. We can socialize and chat. I can answer your guys' questions and whatnot. Not that I can't do that anyway, but I just choose to ignore you otherwise. Ooh, I think this will look sick. Yeah, that looks good. I like that look. I think that looks good. All right. Also, I need you guys to post me some pictures, because I need Summer's Friend and Hawthorpe. They're coming up soon, and I got to make sure we have them ready so that I can put them in the game. So if you guys have a picture for what you think Hawthorpe looks like, we'll use it and it'll become canon. And also, we need Summer's Friend, that little bandit, right? Have I ever eaten boar? I have never eaten boar before. Is it good? Like, I imagine it's probably, like, gamey. It's probably my guess. But that's also a word I've heard people use, so I couldn't tell you what gamey really means. Karthus. We got Karthus next. Oh, he's one I don't know if I can remove the background easily on. Yeah, he's maybe. We'll see. I might be able to remove this. So I don't know what it means, but it's a nice feeling. I haven't actually, I'm not too exotic of an eater, so I haven't eaten too many exotic things. Shoot. It's too dark. Oh, no. That's actually working. Okay. I just gotta be gentler. I think this was the song that got me demonetized last time. Oh well. Damn it. It's the smoke. Smoke's gonna be hard. Karthus is gonna be one of our new legendaries. Because I think he should. I think bosses... I'm a big fan of putting bosses as, like, unlocks in the game. And having Karthus here as a boss that you unlock, too, seems really fun to me. So I want it. But I don't want bosses to be easy unlocks. No, you gotta work for them. This would be one normally, like, after you encounter him in the story, he's encountered way later on. Xazaviar, Realm of the Eternal Stars. Actually, I find that very funny. I like that too. Xazaviar. Guide to the Stars. We do need a name. We need a formal name for the role-playing tabletop game, because it's not Dungeons and Dragons, right? It's a whole different system. And at the same time, we need something that's thematic and makes sense too. So I don't know. I don't know what would be the best option here. I'm doing it backwards this time because I want to. 486. I don't Zaz PG. But this seems, here's the thing, it seems lame. Like I don't want it to be lame. Right? Like I'm bothered, honestly, every time I call it the Zaz tabletop RPG, because it's like I don't have a name for it. That's all it is. That's the problem. I don't currently have a name, and I can't make it better, and it's descriptive enough, but not too descriptive, and it makes me sad. So I gotta figure that out one day. What do we got? There we go. There we go. We now got a Karthus gem. I also want to make sure, it's not going to be this stream, but I'm going to make sure that when I get the roster built, you guys can then select a character you want as your home screen hero. There, but that's going to be your roster. I mean, Xazaviar makes sense. Yes, here is the dude. It's Karthus. But on YouTube. Yes. Welcome back. On the YouTubes. All right, we got Karthus. It's gonna be a while. It's been a while since we've done anything other than like commons, so I'm pretty excited, guys. We get to put a legendary attacker in the game. All right, Karthus, daddy, come on in. Where is he? There he is. Oh, he's so full. He's such a full picture. Okay, we want him right here. Beautiful. Look at that man. That glorious man. I think right there is just about the right. And then I think, is it the cut go there? I think the cut can go there. That looks fine. Yeah, I think this looks good. We're adding all these legends now. All right. Who's up next? Up next is Dear Lord. We got Dear Lord. Dear Lord. And guys, I have a picture for Dear Lord. Dear Lord. Watch, you guys unlock Dear Lord before you even encounter a Dear Lord. You guys are nowhere near leveled enough to encounter Dear Lord anyway. Oh my god, it's so exciting. I'm so excited for Dear Lord to make it into the game. This is the eye candy. All right, this is the eye candy for the game. This is how we're gonna get people into it. There. Twitch stream that Sourceless versus Chanel was a goodbye, friend. I do believe that was caught. He is but robes now. Why do you get burnt out fast to try to make a game? Why do you get burnt out fast when you try to make a game? That's actually an excellent question. And I think a huge part of it, I mean, every person's different, right? Every person's different. You're going to get motivation. You're going to get energy. And if you're like me, you have like extreme ADHD for it. Right? Which means you have these high tracks of energy, but a lot of times you get into this stuff. This stuff is boring because it looks like I'm making absolutely no progress at all to the actual game. And in a way, I'm not. But at the same time, I'm trying to get things set up so the game's more fleshed out. Because I should probably be working on more of the gem side. I want to work on this side because I'm interested in this part, and that's a part of motivation in general, is you want to keep yourself motivated, and sometimes to do that, you just gotta take a break from the current problem that you're dealing with and work on something else. So this is one thing that's like, I should or could be working on the actual gem, the game, getting something up and running there so we can start more of that testing. But I wanted more characters in the game first, so that when we do the testing, it's more played out. Does that make sense? So, in addition to that, games, I think something that a lot of people underestimate, myself included, is just how much work it takes to make anything. Just games, anything. It takes so much work, and it's cumbersome. It's cumbersome, it's painful, and it can sometimes be a little bit depressing when it doesn't work out the way you want it to. And this is just one of many projects, but not every project I've built made it to fruition, right? Or made it to completion, and that's every programmer in many ways. And it's a bummer. It just, fuck, what did I do? Sorry. All right, 1 second. Okay. Shit. Control I. There we go. Okay, got it now. Yes. It's a bummer, but that's a part of it is some projects aren't there. Also for Rare, you'd love to have a hyper-realistic summer I sent you. We could do, I mean, if we're gonna do that, I'd rather have it as a skin. Right? Because we could do fun skins. And I think that would be incredibly engaging to just have unique skins on it. And it could be hyper-realistic summer as just one of the skins that get unlocked as well, too. Is the most. What? I missed something. Could you pitch Mora and Eyes? Was Mora and Eyes? I mean, we could, honestly, you guys don't have to pitch hard to me for anything. Like, honestly, especially when it comes to skins, that's going to be another sprint later on. Once we're in the, I'll call it the refinement phase of the game. We're just making it look good. Right now, we're in the MVP phase. We're just trying to make the game work. Right? Oh my god, look at those abs. We're trying to make the game work, but once we get to refinement, oh my gosh, we get to do so many cool and fun things with refinement. Look at that dear daddy. Guys, look at this. Tell me you don't love it. Tell me this is not what you wanted out of your games. There's our male eye candy coming in hot. It's a supporter. It's a legendary. I want to see. I'm gonna challenge you guys. I want to see who could be the first one to pull Dear Lord. Because we're getting very close to me launching this, and I want to see who is the first one to pull Dear Lord, other than myself, because obviously I'll pull. But Eyes be like a boss raid. That would be funny. I'm down for like boss raids. I want to see some more of those. All right, look at that, Dear Lord, Dear Daddy. Got some things to say. Okay, so we've got close these here. Now we got Salazar's Elite. Characters, Dark Rim, Salazar's Elite. Shoot, how do we write this? Salazar Elite. Gotta get exact naming, otherwise everything will break. Which is just, that's programming, baby. Just sec. Full.png. Yep, that's fine. I don't mind if it becomes unusable. Open with GIMP. There he is. Yeah, it's hard. See, you can be raid bosses. I like the idea too. So we talked about side stories and being able to introduce side stories. The other advantage of side stories is they can become alternative ways of telling lore. So what does this mean? Well, we talked about the Demon of the Peaks, right? What if we had a whole side story that was just the Demon of the Peaks backstory? Right? Wouldn't that be sick? It's like you do this and then the Demon of the Peaks is the bad guy, but you tell the backstory and it basically, that's how we launch that kind of banner, or at least the re-up of that banner, is we have this backstory event, right? Like that would be sick. You're fighting it, but then you're learning the backstory, and then it becomes at one point in time near the end why this character became available and a part of the party, right? And that's fun. Like I love that stuff because it's like, let's learn about the character and then see why we want this character on our team. All Look at this. Salazar's Elite. This would be a sick guy. There. This is one, too, that I'm, like, excited for you guys to unlock at some point as well. Like, don't get me wrong. We're making extra, what I would call extra characters with the inevitability that some of them are just later in the game not going to be available right away. And they shouldn't be. Like, this should be a big boss that you fight in the game, and then it becomes available after a particular point. Because that just makes it more fun. Makes it more interesting. Let's see, 512. And now we do canvas size. Make sure these are all exact. Just got to make sure everything's exact because it just makes it easier later when we do everything else. We need one sus legendary. Oh, Pink, we need a lot more than one sus legendary. I'm telling you right now, guys, we're going to have a side story episode that's just the beach episode. And I want a whole batch of skins that get released for that episode that is just all, like, let's go the opposite direction. Maybe we'll have one female character in a bathing suit. I want it all male characters. We'll go the opposite direction, what everybody expects. You want full waifu simulator? No. We're husbando simulator. We're catering to a different audience, and I am here for it. Who's the audience? Me. All right, let's cut this a little bit. Let's go do some cropping. There, look at that. Man, look at that man. I kind of could make his face bigger, but I think we'll just stick with this. We're going to go to Salazar's Elite. And then we change this to Summon. And that's our last legendary that we're making for right now. So if you guys are looking to collect all the legendaries, there are 4 in the game. You have Lady, Karthus, Dearlord, and Salazar's Elite. So we are now at the last 3. I've got Ty, Hawthorpe, and Summer's Friend. Did anybody post me a picture of Summer's Friend? Could you guys, like, do that? Okay, I need a picture of Summer's Friend, and I could find a picture of Hawthorpe pretty quickly, but I think it would be better if you guys made it. Let me get Ty right now, though. Ty is easy enough. Well, we'll see. Ty might be a little harder than I am anticipating. I just named it typng.png. Ty full, please. Thank you. Yes, I need a picture.
If you have ever considered drinking water sometime.
Ooh, I do like the Rise of Champions title. Rise of Champions is a good one. The only waifu is Apple. I agree. And that'll be the name of the game. There's only one waifu, and it's Apple. See, that's the thing about a lot of these gacha games, right? They cater to a pretty specific audience, and the specific audience tends to want the waifus. There's not enough gacha games out there that tend to the husbandos and stuff of the world, and I think we can be the difference. We can make the difference and cater to that different audience and make it more interactive and fun. But it's also, you know, they're catering towards profit and being like, oh my god, if I make the swimsuit skin, they'll have to buy it, the fucking weebs. And it's like, well, sure, but that's also something too. I want to make sure that the any of the skins become available free, not like free but earned, right? Like you got to use a different currency, but you could actually purchase the skins without needing to spend money. And that's going to be the mantra for most of this game, is I want to make sure everything can be earned without spending money, because I'm not trying to just rake a profit out of you guys. I'm trying to make a stupid game. I want the game to go down in history for this community as one of the dumbest but funniest projects we've ever done. Something that should have never been made, but we did it anyway because I felt like it. I hope you guys are with me on that. We could be here together. Spider costume design, yes. Ooh, that could be fun. Ooh, recenter. I got a picture. Ooh, that's a really cute creature. I like that critter. Is that eyes or is that something else? Because that's cute. All right. I just saw it pop up on my right-hand monitor. And I'm like, what is this? Where'd this bad boy come from? All right. 512. We'll have to make these better later, but my goal isn't to make these perfect, it's to make them. Just make them exist. All right, this guy is a rare. Did I really make him a rare? Yeah, he's a named character, so he can be rare. I like enemies being rare anyway. It makes them more desirable in a way of when you can unlock your enemies. Plus, any named character needs to be somewhat up there. All right, let's see. Yeah, that looks good. I think that looks good. And he is a attacker. Yeah, we should be good. That should be good. We can go to Ty, which just says thank you. Ty. All right. Did anybody give me a Hawthorb? Do you guys have Hawthorb for me? I mean, we can also just skip those right now, but I kind of want to put them in. Because they're my other uncommons. Because we've got 4 commons and like, I guess we have 4 uncommons right now. I guess we could skip this for right now. Let's just skip it for right now. I've decided. We'll come up with those pictures later. So we'll do those, and then what we'll do is I'm just going to cut them from the summons. It's not like I'm going to not have to re-go through all of this anyway. So we'll just cut those. All right. All right, folks. Let's see. Hawthorb is the blacksmith from Imines. There. Oh, that's pretty. I like that creature. It's like a little eyes dragon. That's pretty. All right. All right. Here you go, folks. You ready for this? So, you can see here, it has downloaded all of these characters. So now, if we go into the game, we should start getting something different. There we go. Oh, you see that? That is the game loading now, because it's got some data to load. All right. Let's see, bi-weekly. Let's see what we get. Wish me luck, wish me luck. Legendary? Oh, that's actually, I love this. Oh, it looks so much better now. The rarities have got to be messed up. There's no way I could be pulling this many rares. I got something broken. We'll check the code later. That's not a big deal. But look at that. That's so much better. It honestly is. Just seeing the difference in characters and whatnot, it's so much better. Let's do another pull. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something broke. Uh-oh. What broke? What was it trying to pull? Pulls. 20? What is 20? What did we miss? We missed 20. Does look like a couple of them in there. Interesting. What is this? Oh, I wonder if it's exit character was put in. Let's see. Okay, there is something here. Oh. It didn't get filled? Okay, so there's an exit character that's happening. That's what's going on. So let's take a look at 20. What is number 20? I bet it's going to be... 20 is Greater Raven. Okay. Okay, how do we do this to fix it? Okay. Okay. I got an idea. So we're going to put a... No, we'll do it this way. All right. So here's what we have to do. To make that work, what we have to do is we have to go to... This is gonna be summon. Yes, there we go. Summon. So we're gonna get a name, but when it goes here, it does it to lowercase. We also need to do a replace with a space. So in JavaScript. So what I'm doing a quick little Google. Oh, good. It was just the replace method. Okay. Name dot replace. This is easy. It should just be, yes, great. Let's replace spaces with underscores. So that should fix this, but now we have to go in here and rename everything. So, Greater Raven. Oh, wait. I'm now just realizing I gotta do it twice. So this is the fun part of coding, is sometimes they're dumb. And that's okay, because we can fix it. Alright, I think we got those. And now I just gotta rename the folder, and it's Dear Lord is gonna be the other one. Does that mean I pulled a Dear Lord? I might have actually pulled Dear Lord just now. I can't remember what number Dear Lord is. No, I just pulled a lot of 12s and 20s. Is there any other? Salazar's Elite is another one. I'm a little worried about one of the characters on Salazar's Elite, but we should be okay. It should be fine. I think it should be fine. So we're getting rid of spaces. In this, which is easy enough. Like, this is one of those minor programming things that is inconvenient. And we could make it smarter logic, but why would I waste my time making the logic slightly smarter when I could just go here and make it work? Alright. Almost got him. Almost got all of it, guys. Sorry, I know it's not showing a whole lot on screen, but I want to test the polls to make sure they work. So the polls work in the back end. It's just the front end displaying it. Okay. All right. Let's do a quick refresh. Ouch, my neck. I just cracked it. Okay. Let's see what else we got. So we do a page refresh. That loaded it in. Oh, it broke. Broke something. PG. It is not finding certain files, and that's great. Oh, shit. Okay, wait for it. What did I fuck up? I fucked up something else. Actually, I know what I fucked up. We fucked up the code, guys. Here's what we fucked up. All right, let's try this. I'm hoping this should work. But I also do see it looks like I did pull them. Okay, that looks like it loaded. Let's do some pulls. Uh-oh. What did I miss? We missed something. This is called testing 20? What do we miss on 20? So let's look up 20. So first things first, 20 is Greater Raven. So why is it not loading Greater Raven? That's the real question. Yeah, game breaks as soon as you get something good. It's just like, nah, we're getting rid of that. First off, this is very pretty. I really like seeing other uncommons. But why is it breaking on Greater Raven? Is the question of the day. So let's figure that out. So we've got... So here, just for context, what I'm looking at the inspector here to just see everything here, and it's pull results here, and then I have this display. This is where everything gets placed. So the issue is two things need to get placed here, and they are not getting placed. They are not getting placed because, wait. They're just not getting placed. It's not because, it's just not happening. So what we gotta do is we gotta look at the code that places things and fix it. So let's go to our navigator here. This is what's placing things right here. So this is what summons it. Ah, look at that. It's because I also need to put it here. Lame. But it works. That should fix it. Wow. That was silly. But it's always finding new spots for the code to break. Here we go. Ah, look at that. Greater Ravens are back. Yay, we got some comments. All right, guys. Let's see a couple more pulls. I want to see if I can pull other things. There's Mole Rock. Okay, Mole Rock. This is feeling much better because now there's a good distribution. You're going to see a lot of boggles. A lot of boggles in here. Okay, this is cute. Please, something. I gotta assume the rare's broken. You shouldn't be pulling this many rares. Like, you really should not be pulling this many rares. Oh, there's one that's broken. How did it break, though? So which one is broken? Ba-ba-ba-bum. That is, to be clear, that is pull number 7, which is 25. And 25 is Salazar's Elite. I had a feeling. Guys, I pulled a legendary. Okay. I can't. Can I not put an escape character? Can that work? We're gonna try it. I want to try it. I don't think it'll work. In fact, I'm almost certain it won't. Here's what we're gonna do instead. We're just gonna remove the apostrophe because I'm extra lazy. So, guys, when it doesn't work, we're just remove the apostrophe. And we'll figure out escape characters and things like that later. It's incorrect grammar for right now, but that's okay. Because I'd rather this just work. So now I have to re-up the server itself because it doesn't know the semi there. And here we go. Fuck. This is a garbage roll. This is garbage. I mean, any assets you guys want to help with, I am down for. Because clearly my graphic design is my passion. And I want this to just look better eventually. It's not super critical right now, but it needs to be better. I need to look at rares. Rare drops are too much. Oh, I got Daniel. Guys, we did it. I pulled an epic. All right, we're doing this. We're doing too many pulls on this. So many rares. Half of these being rares. That's a really low, should be a low chance. But it seems to be very common. Plus, I don't know why Conrad is being pulled a huge amount. Like, that seems broken. Daniel! Another Daniel! Let's see what else we can pull. Come on, I want to pull a legendary. I want to see the legendary. Oh, there it is. There's my legendary. Salazar's Elite. Woo! That's good. That's actually sick. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, we got Summer. Oh, guys! Holy shit. Yeah, Conrad being a 1/5, this is not correct. Something's broken. But I got Yas, Artanis, and Dear Lord in one pull. Like, that's insane. This is a really good pull. Add Conrad to the game. I know, we should add Conrad to the game. Oh, holy shit, guys. I double pulled a legendary and a special. That's insane. Those are both 1% chances. It's 1%. I can't believe it. That's actually broken. This is broken. You should not be getting this many rares. This is why we test. I like seeing the different uncommons, right? That makes me feel good. Are they? I feel like there was more uncommons, though. Am I wrong? I'm only seeing 2 different types of uncommons. There's an epic. Okay, let's double check our chart here. What should have been oh, these were uncommons. Wait, Conrad? Oh my god, Conrad was supposed to be uncommon. I should fix that. I don't know why I made Conrad rare. Who else? Okay, Puppy. Oh yeah, I forgot we changed Puppy. Okay, we gotta go fix that. Couple things fixed, guys. First things first. Puppy needs to be upgraded to uncommon. So Puppy's got to be uncommon. And we got to down... Wait, no, I have Conrad. Oh, I'm so dumb. Guys, that's why Conrad's appearing so much. It's not too broke. He's appearing so much because he's actually an uncommon, but we colored him like a rare. So we're just lying to everyone. We're making them feel like they got something good, but actually it's just Conrad. And he's been an uncommon this whole time. Whoops. My mistake. Whoops-a-daisies. And that's also why we're not seeing Puppy so much. I thought we'd see Puppy a lot more. But yeah, that's all it is. So we're just gonna replace Conrad here and fix that. And we'll do the same for Puppy. Where's Puppy? Puppy, 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 Puppy. Get right by Conrad. There's Puppy. There we go. That makes more sense. Yes. Because Puppy's no longer common. Alright. That makes a lot more sense why we're getting flooded with Conrads right now. So, we can go back here. Refresh. Oh, would you look at that? Uncommon, uncommon. That makes perfect sense. This all tracks now. Ah, yes. Okay, guys, this makes a lot more sense. Look at that. So we got, this is what a regular roll should be. A bunch of Conrads, some puppies. I still haven't added Crab. Crab's got to be legendary, though. Like, we need legendary Crab. Okay, the rares still are quite high. I'm kind of surprised by the rares. Molrock, rare. That's good. I haven't seen Sabona. Have we pulled a Sabona yet? I don't think we've pulled Sabona yet. Oh, Nika. Nika. All right, you guys want to guess how many pulls? 2, yas. Yeah, this is actually better. This is without the Conrad fluff. This actually looks like the pulls are correct. Oh, look, we got a tie. Yeah, this looks actually more correct, too. Because it's an 11% chance to pull a rare. So that's not bad. I need more commons. I do need more commons. I mean, don't get me wrong. The rates are still correct. Right? Like, the rates are absolutely correct. We need more different commons. I have, like, 3 or 4 in there. Ooh, we pull Artanis. I want to see what's our next legendary. This is actually not a bad pull. Legendary Crab is indeed a necessity. I agree. Yeah, we need a lot more commons. But some of the commons will be like generic NPCs at some point. Also, it feels like I'm pulling more uncommons than commons. That's the feeling I have. The probabilities aren't too far off. Double epic. That's good. That's really good. Because epics are only 3% there. Although I guess one of those was probably my guaranteed. Because I was pulling shit. I gotta adjust my pull ratio. Oh my god, guys, this is bad. It's too easy to pull. Alright, who wants to take a guess? How many pulls have I done on this banner? Anybody have a guess? My pity's currently 35. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I have pulled 940 times on this banner. Bear would be generic. Cubby would be like bear and a deer would both be commons. Versus Cubby is uncommon because it's there. But yeah, 940 pulls on this banner. Let's see. Let's do something a little different. All right, how many pulls on this banner now? I do keep track of stats of like how many total pulls you have as well. This is 90 pulls, so this will be pull 100. It's a lot of uncommons. Yeah, it feels like I'm getting more. So let's take a look at the formula for a little bit, just to make sure. There, I don't think it's anything particular, but and then I'm gonna give you guys the IP, so you guys can play around with it. And I want you guys to post your polls because I want to see what you guys get too. All right, so let's do a quick little double check here. I gotta fix it anyway because the pity is wrong, but Does a quick check. All right, so this is where we check here to pull an epic. So if it's less than the epic rate, then it'll pull it. Then it's less than legendary plus the epic rate, then it'll pull it. It's less than the rare, and I guess if I were just check the rates. They're my environment variables. Let's go to my environment variables. I'm gonna have to do this off screen because I have some variables you guys can't see. All right, my environment variables are correct. Wait. No, they're correct. It's okay. No. I don't know. All right, who wants to do some polls? Do you guys want to do some polls? I think everybody should do some polls. So let's do some polls. Let's talk about actually a feature of this that I haven't shown you guys, because I just haven't, which is this. Yep, let's remove my cookies. This is the login screen, currently. You might be going like, where is it? Like, where is the, it's right here in the corner. This is where you log in. So you can log in via putting your email address, and you click the login button, and you will be sent an email. So I had an email code sent to me. Now I, of course, have the control panel here. So it sends in, I just want to be very clear that yes, it does technically take in your email. So if you don't want to give me your email, that's fine. I don't care. Like, it's just in some database. I'm not really looking at it, but I got my key. I can log in. Now it's my account, and every time I refresh, it will be saved here. So I'm just throwing that out there, but allow me to, yeah, if you guys want to, I want to see you guys pull and see what you guys think. So we have basic game. So I'm going to pull this over here, and let me get you guys in. Fuck, where did I save this? There it is. All right, I'm posting the IP address in the Discord. Just go to this URL as all it is. There you go. All right, guys, it's been posted. Email leak. You guys could have guessed my email. If that's a leak, you could have guessed my email. Now, I won't leak your guys' emails. I promise you. So you see this users.json? That's getting deleted. Or not deleted. It's getting hidden. So you guys won't see it. But yeah. It's been posted. I want to... If you guys have polls, I want to see them. I want to show you earlier today, because I was doing some tests. And key thingy... so just put in your email. I guess I should have shown again. Just put in your email, click login, and you will be sent... you should be sent a access key right to your email. And we're gonna see. Like, I'm seeing people get emails. Yeah, just double check your email. Just don't put in an access key yet. And then you'll grab your access key, put it in, and that will allow you to sign in as well. I guess I should have demoed this or made it more user-friendly. But obviously you can tell where I put my priorities. I had an access key and that was it. All right, I see somebody signed in. See, somebody got in. So I don't know. Yep, you don't want to put in something into the temp key except the temp key you get from your email. So you'll get a temp key to your email address, and then you just put that key in your email. I can see every single sign-in attempt you guys get. As well. There we go. I'm seeing 10 polls go immediately. I've seen it right now. You guys got 10 polls. Yas, that's not where you want to put your access key. Nice. Super glitched. Super glitched. Super glitched. It's double showing because, you know, user interface. I did not optimize it. What'd you get on your first time? I want to see. I see an Artanis here, so that's good. You didn't, to be clear, Mora, you didn't double pull too. It's just, I didn't size it for mobile. I didn't size it for any device except my PC. Yes, that's like fate. That is absolutely fate to get yourself right off the get-go. That's super good. Yes, I did not, in fact, size this for anything but my computer screen. So one day I'll make it mobile friendly. That's not today. All right, who's the first that can get a legendary, though? Somebody show me that legendary. I want to see it. Did we get there? No. Oh, you got Nibusan. Oh, you're pulling on the Nibusan banner. I tried hitting the X in your screenshot. First pull? What? It's fate, guys. It's fate. Except, lady, you can't. If you pulled yourself first pull, I would call hacks. I'd be like, I don't know how you hacked my game, but you did. Oh, it's split screen though? Oh, I have no idea why it's split. There. Yeah, basically I sized it poorly. Because you can see here, I'll do the... I could switch it to mobile view. And this is kind of what it looks like. And it's not, it's bad. It's bad. And then you can see here, it's like double tracking. I gotta do better. But, you know, the goal was just get something built for right now, not make it look anything nice. Ooh, salty first pull. It's number 2. Oh, damn. Yas got Hobbs. Nailed it. Fucking got Hobbs. This is incredible. Oh, so you have 2 tabs open? Oh, interesting. Okay. You're optimizing your polls. It actually shouldn't work, because if you have a second tab, it'll refresh and give you a new auth key, and then won't work. So every time you guys refresh, it gives you a brand new auth key. There it is. We're pulling Apple. Apple's not even here to pull on himself. Missing out. I like this. See, guys, isn't this gameplay alone addictive for some reason? The sitting in polls. And I'm not going to show you guys the display because it'll show your emails. Actually, I could show you like this part of the display. Maybe not. Yeah, I could show you like this. That's as much as I can show you. Every single time you guys pull, I see this number go up. It's just summon request, summon request, summon request. You can see even earlier for me, these are all of my requests going through. So it's very funny watching just like it casually going up. I can show just like a pinch more, but I can see here like what banners. So this one here represents that you guys are pulling on the rate up banner, and then you're doing a 10 pull on it. And 1 pull works. It's just I didn't even space this out. So here's a 1 pull. I pulled Boggles and this and this, but it's a lot more fun to do a 10 pull. So that's why it matters. Ooh, we got the first legendary. Not the legend you need. You got to work harder. 3 epics? That's insane. That's good. And you got the first oxygen. I haven't actually gotten oxygen yet. Wait a second. Pink, I think you actually have a unit that I don't have yet. Wait a second. I'm looking here. Give you that new roster. Oh my god, I don't have oxygen. You actually are getting stuff that I don't have. Incredible. What do you need to do for the key? Yeah, just hit email, log in, and then Apple will email you a key. I gotta make that more intuitive. And I will. I promise I'll make it more intuitive one day. What's up, lady? Did you get it? Did you finally pull? 13? Oh, you got Dear Lord. Yes, Dear Lord's in. So many. 13 10 pulls, 130 pulls to get a legendary. Well, to get Dear Lord legendary anyway. There's so many commons too. This is already satisfying, guys. We don't even need to make any more of the game. It just needs to be a collectible. See who can collect them all. Ooh, you got Hobbs. See, it's also fun when you have Monopoly money and you don't actually have to worry about how many pulls you're doing as well. It's just like pull, 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 pull. It's so easy. You pull and you're good. I'm watching all of you pull right now. I see Apple, you've pulled on your beginner banner. What were your guaranteeds? Did you get anything? We gotta know, Apple, when you pull yourself. That's the bigger one. Yas has got the rate up right now, so it's easier for Yas and Pink to pull themselves. Oops, you clicked on roster and basically crashed. Yeah, there's no link back to main screen. Just refresh, Yas. If you refresh, it'll go right back to normal. It's there. Where's the legendary cum jar? You gotta pull for it, Salty. Salty, you could pull for it right now. I don't even think you saw it. Look. We're in there. Look. Actually, I mean, there's so many epics now. Chances of me pulling you is pretty low. I have you. You're in the... Oh, guys, I got oxygen. Double oxygen and a Yas? That's insane. That was... Oh, shit, pulls. Yeah. Double summer, but nothing else. Ooh, you got Nika. There's a Nika. We're rich. Yeah, you... So rich. You guys have, like, infinite money. Basically. You can just keep pulling until you get everything you want. That's what all matters. I love watching this. Seeing all the pulls. Still no lady. That's insane. Apple, have you gotten yourself yet? That's the important part. Have you gotten Apple yet? Because there is... Oh, I got rid of the beginner banner, so I can't actually show you, Salty. We do have your banner. Lady, where are you? Has anybody pulled Lady yet? Lady exists, but it's going to be extra. I forgot about guys. Guys, we have 4 legendaries now. That means... Yay! Oh my god, you got it. Is that pull like 34? So 304 pulls? Okay. Shove it down his throat. I'll do it.
Yes.
60? God.
No, shove it down his throat. Might need context.
Oh yeah, I should probably explain to everybody. Hobbs has to take some medicine. He didn't take it, so I have to shove it down his throat. Like, I just open his mouth, shove my hand in there until he takes it.
I'm also gonna leave Matt.
Okay. You're gonna leave Mac down here?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Just send him.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, we'll have to get there. Okay. I love you too. Night. Yeah, so guys, if we think about this, right? If you want a specific legendary, it's not just a 1% chance. It's a percent chance based on how many legendaries there are in total. So to get Lady, it's not even just 25% chance. Hobbs is in the legendary tier right now. So it's a 0.2% chance to pull a specific legendary. Like, that's insane. Did you lose your screen? Where did the newcomers go? Oh, you can only pull on that banner 20 times. 20 times total. So, yeah, you didn't... It intentionally goes away. Yeah, I have to include that somehow. 2 of that. See, that also makes it extra satisfying, doesn't it? Getting that second legendary or that dupe. Because dupes are going to be powerful. I'm going to make sure that they actually matter. In this, not matter so much that it's unbeatable, but they're going to matter. Mac, that is not for you. Here, Mac, bring it here. He just grabbed a whole bag of, like, popcorn. No, Mac. Ugh. Karthus. Karthus could be sick. We gotta figure out some sick abilities for Karthus. Right? So, next part. What's the next phase of this game? Well, the next phase is we actually have to make it a game. Right? We've got all these things you can unlock, but now you gotta do something with them. That's where it's exciting. So that's gonna be my next thing. And if I'm honest, I'm gonna be working on it, like, whenever I get time. But then the first mode for testing purposes, and this is gonna be the testing, is just gonna be like a free play mode, where we're just trying to deal as much damage as you can, within either a time limit or something else, but that's the game. It'll be able to play. Oh my god, Apple, I am seeing you pull like a madman. Like, I am looking here and I just see pull. What are you trying to get, Apple? You're trying to collect them all? I don't even think I've collected them all. If I look here in my data, roster is also something that's going to be up next. I have not gotten 23. What is 23? I think 23 is one of those. I haven't gotten Karthus yet. Karthus is the only one I haven't gotten yet. And I have 1,043 pulls on the main banner right now. 2 Hobbs? Nice. Yeah, I know. This is like, we're straight a full addiction right now. You think you got all the legendaries? That might be. Because if you have Hobbs, then you've got the other ones too. So multiple pulls, actually, that's an excellent question. So let's talk about how dupes work and what dupes are going to do. Dupes in the game, obviously in any game you get dupes. Dupes are used for powering up your character. Dupes are not necessary to level your character anyway, but instead they'll give them bonus stats. So where's my influence from this? And I'll show you. So Arknights is my main influence for this. And dupes are in every like gacha game in some capacity. But it's Arknight's potential. That is what they call it in there. So let's go to the potential just so you can see it. So potential is basically anytime you get a duplicate operator, it gives them an upgrade bonus. So here's the marks there, and they let you get up to 5 additional dupes that give some bonuses to their talents, redeployments, or in a lot of cases, it will give, can I go back to the home so we can get an operator example? Just want to get a character example. Sure, we'll go with W because that's just easy. All right. So, first off, you have the level ups here, right? This is when you rank up. These are your tiers. They give you additional abilities, so you see the Elite 1, Elite 2. That's kind of what it is. And when you get to Elite 2, and which is something I love, you get kind of special art, and I think that'd be cool. It's kind of like this level up, tiered up art. Anyway, then you have potential. And what potential does, almost all potential ones decrease the cost of it. The last potential decrease the cost. But then they also have additional abilities like improving attack, improving one of their talents or traits in this case, and then improving some other stat. That's what dupes are going to do, right? So when you get, it's going to be like stars, basically. And I think that's how I have it marked. Yeah, that's how I'm going to have it marked for dupes, is you're going to get stars. But yeah, basically you can get up to a 5-star version of your character. As such, it will create a situation where your character's slightly stronger. So you could have the same leveled character as this, but because you got dupes, yours is going to end up being slightly stronger. So that's what the dupes are going to be for, too. That's a pretty good pull. Double Hobbs. Those are my 4th and 5th Hobbs pulls. That's insane. Hobbs, of course, as you guys know, is a water type support. But that's what it's gonna be. We gotta build this so that the next sprint or the next part of the game, of course, is roster. So we gotta make sure that you guys can see all the characters, see what you've unlocked, see their stats, that kind of stuff. Comparatively very easy. I just want to do some of these things in a different way. So I'm going to adjust that. So that's step 1, right? Going to get that put in place. Step 2 is then the game. We need to actually get the game built. and that is this module. Now, I have a special module I get to use. Oh, you got... What? That's good. 10 pulls back to back. What? You got 3 legendaries? Rigged. Apple cheating. Where's the picture of Hey Arnold or whoever holding the rock behind their back? Because that's what it's gonna be. Yes, that's a good point, but I don't think it's too bad to include characters that have already died. They're just still characters, a part of the game, too, and it can be thematic in a sense of, like, you're doing something else, but, yeah. God, wow, Apple, getting those 3 legendaries back to back is really good. Uh-oh, are you eating up all your luck now and you're not gonna have any luck for Friday? It's not gonna work? No, so I'll show you guys, I've got a module here. You have multiple of every legendary. Excellent. So I've got this program here, or this API that I'm going to be using. So watch this. So I can swap, like here's 1 and 2, swap. And while these are different sizes, I could then just go in and size them the same. So this makes it very easy for me to do the swaps as well. So this is what we're going to be using to make it work too. Especially since like you can't swap with 3, it's blocked out. So that's going to be a mechanic of things you can't swap with. We'll figure out exactly how I do it, but I'm like, this is fluid enough that I can use this, and then we could do all the matching and comparisons and everything in between. So that's kind of my game plan. I just haven't had a chance to actually play with this beyond the demo that they have right here. So that's kind of what I'm using. That's kind of my plan. Yeah, explore the mansion. Don't make drunk Apple drink anything. Yes, because he's got that -2 going towards all of his actions. So it's going to be pretty tough. Okay, actually, you know what? We can get started on... We did this whole stream where I talked about all the programming, and then I didn't program anything. Roll dump. Get all these good rolls. I've got some shit rolls from earlier. Let me see if I can show you guys. Yeah, I copied some of my rolls. Here's some of my rolls. This one I felt really good about because I'm like, oh, look at it. I got quite a few rares. And then there was this one. Which, of course, this is the time that Puppy was the only common. And it was very funny for me to be like, 10 puppies. And then this one, too, I was like, oh, look at all the animals, just animals everywhere. And I was very excited to pull this. And then when I posted earlier in programming, too, about what these rolls mean, why was this good? Well, it's good because Lady is, I think, your ID number 4. Yeah, your ID number 4. So I pulled Lady, and 7 was Puppy, 2 is Cub, and then 5 was Nibusan. So I literally in one pull pulled Lady and Nibusan. So that's why this said, like, you guys won't be able to see what this means, but that's what that meant. So just being secretive in a way. There, why? How did I literally lose the channel? Oh, Zaz Gacha. There we go. I'm like, how did I lose this channel? There. So that's kind of the game plan. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna get this in place, and then we'll get some more ideas. Too many hubs. That's so good. I can't stop giving you the hubs. I make no choices on it. I also have all the auto save features going on, so every time I think it's every 10 minutes, it automatically saves, as well as when I close the server. That was the first thing I implemented, so that as soon as we want, I could close it and nobody will ever lose their data as well, unless I go in and delete all of your data, which is a thing I'll probably end up doing at some point too. I'm actually kind of curious now. We're just gonna look at the size of the data file. Let's go here. How big is this data file already? This data file is 8.1 kilobytes. Not bad, not bad. You know, that's actually pretty... I'm trying to keep my data pretty well, like, moderated and tight. So that's actually not bad, especially since, like, this is about the same size. This much data. So that's really good. You have a gambling addiction now? Isn't it so easy to just go in and be like, guys, I think I'm gonna roll. Right? I can't wait for these to actually have abilities and stuff so that there's a purpose for the rolling other than just seeing how much you collect. You spend all the gems. There's so many. It's so many. I gave myself 99 million. So it's stupid. You'll never break the amount with 3,000 per. I guess I could have increased the cost. Increase the cost per pull. Let's see if we can get, what's the best pull we can get? Like, how many epics can I get? Triple epic is super good. There's a special. There's something really good. That's what I want to see. Can we get the triple epic? Triple epic is stupid probability. Because that's 3% chance of getting an epic. So getting it 3 times is really, really hard. Honestly, like it's oof. Even getting 2 rares in one bag is pretty. Like this is a good. This is actually, I think, I bet this was my pity guaranteed, and then Mulrock is good. That's good follow up. Like that's pretty good. I wouldn't be upset. Oh look, I got Sabona. I actually don't have Karthus yet. I think that's the one I need to get. I need to try and get Karthus. I know. I can't wait for the puzzle part 2. Here it is right now. Yes, we'll get the puzzle part. I'm also going to get roster built as well. It is an auto clicker, basically. Right now, it's an auto clicker. Well, it's actually a manual clicker, so it's even worse. It's not even the auto clicker. You just get pulls. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so the next screen. Let's get the roster screen. Why not? We got some time. I don't know if you guys are in a rush. I'm not in a rush. So we've got time. Let's start building out the roster view. So let's talk about what I'm doing here. Is this good programming? No, not even the slightest. This is programming to get things done here. So we got this roster page here. What I'm doing for your guys' reference is I don't have any different pages you're going to. You're actually all on the same exact web page, and I'm just hiding the pages or not, right? Like that's all I'm doing is I'm just, all of the pages exist, like the Gacha page is open, the roster page, every single page is open at the same time. I'm just hiding them. So that's all I'm doing is I'm just hiding them, and then there's these buttons that do stuff. So that's all it is. So if you refresh, it'll always go back. So let's start building the roster view. And the roster view, of course, needs to display quite a bit. Mac, are you over there? Let's see. Now I'm going to check my screen. Oh, Snuggly Boy is over there. Look at that. There he is. There's Mr. Snuggles. There you go. See, now that my wife went up to bed, I can show you guys Mac. 1 second. All right, we can just say hi to the sweet boy as he's chilled out here. Well, actually, this could be... I mean, I guess if I do this too small, you guys can't read it, but who cares? We'll just talk about it while I have my dog on screen. There you go, guys. All right, so let's talk about this. So what are we doing here? We are going to start building out the roster page. And the roster page is supposed to be used to, well, display everything that you guys have and things that you don't have. So what we can do here is we're going to start actually building out the basic schematics, if you will. What we know we can already import is we don't care about status bar necessarily. Well, we kind of do. Kind of care about status bar. My status bar is broken on the other page because I've been too lazy to figure out how to fix it. But what we're going to do is we're going to put on this roster page, we're going to put another home button. Right, so we're going to hide, set up banner page, this, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we've got set up home screen, set up there. We're going to need to do all these up. So set up roster screen. And we copy all this in. So what we're doing is when the program loads or when we start the website, it's going to load in the data. We got all the data, and then it sets up all the pages here. So part of the page setup here, of course, is we're going to have this roster page. Let's look at the roster page. I added a home button to it. So let's make sure. It might work, it might not. It should work, though. I imagine it will. So if I go to roster, hey, look at that. Hey, guys, also, by the way, as I'm making edits, these edits are going to be live. Too. This is how insane and silly this is that you guys can now click roster and return to home anytime you want. It is actually live updating, and I will do that to the adventure screen as well, just because. There. So now if you click the adventure button, there's a home button, and the roster button, there's a home button. So you can't get trapped anymore, right? But you're starting to make the background of the gacha. I love it. Thank you. Also, I need to update the login page so it doesn't look like shit. There's so many gachas. Yeah, it's honestly, like, any pages you guys make, one of the things I envision for this page, too, that I don't show here, is we're going to have the characters. Like, we're going to have the characters on screen, too. So as you'll get to select what character you want for your main screen, and then one day, not super far, they're going to have voice lines, but not, maybe real voice lines, maybe not real voice lines. I kind of want real voice lines. Oh God, guys, do you want me to voice act every single character? They'll have voice lines, and then when you click on them, they'll say things like, "Ooh, welcome home, master," or it'll be like Yas going like, "I've trained in the ways of the snake, and now it is time for me to learn the ways of the goat." Things like that. Just voice lines for relative to all characters. And then when you click on them, they'll say another voice line. Right? Like, that's what it'll be. "I use the power of friendship through my animals, Puppy and Cubby. Sick 'em, boys." You're willing to voice act Lee? Absolutely. I mean, it'd be amazing. And here's the thing, right? The voice acting would be, we just jot down a couple one-liners, and that's it. And that's it. Couple one-liners. Maybe it's like 5, and then that's it. Cringe lines like the rest of it. Everyone gets the cringe lines. I mean, if you guys give me the lines of what you want your characters to say, then that's what I'll do. Like, I'll say it. All right, let's start adding the roster here. So, the roster, to make it work, I actually have a design, too. I just don't want to turn around the Mac cam to show you guys my design, but I have a basic design in mind that should display all the important data. Yes. Like voice acting for cookies. Exactly, that's all it is. All right, so let's get some basics in here. So we first need to make not a banner, but we need a new CSS. So we're gonna make a new CSS file, and this CSS file is, of course, going to be called roster.css. So we now have roster. I'm going to grab this roster page and bring it over here, just so we're making the edits that we care about on it. And we're gonna save this and get rid of that. And we'll grab home. Look at this, beautiful. Is that home we want? Yeah, we want home. So look at this. We're gonna grab this stuff for roster, and we're gonna start having an image. And we need some kind of background image. So let's look up just a quick background image. Maybe, I don't know, like inside a treasure chest. Right? This could work. I'm not, what the fuck? Inside a treasure chest. Why the fuck is this a brain skull there? What the hell? Maybe I want more of like a generic look, right? We need, I don't know. What do we want for the screen here? You know what? Whoa, wait, what's this? I'm like, that's One Piece. Kinda. Definitely. Okay, let's do just a textured wood background. Don't forget it has to be AI art. Yes. You're probably correct, but you guys are watching me steal art live. This is all placeholder anyway. We'll end up changing it later. Yeah, we're just gonna totally copy this here. We're just stealing. You guys are watching theft live. But it's all template stuff because we just need it. As long as we remember to eventually change it back, then we're good. And we will, because we'll want to actually unify the look and feel of things at some point in time. Then we're good, right? It's public, images, backgrounds. Okay, we're gonna... What did I just download? I don't like that this isn't... What if my name? I want it by date modified. Thank you. So I'm gonna call this roster bg.png. Yes. All right. So now all I have to change is this, and let's take a little quick sneak a peek. Now if I go to roster, it's fucking broke. Oh, right, because I didn't... Wait, what? It should have been there. Is it not there? Why is it not there? Oh, it's not there because I didn't include it yet. There we go. There we go. We include the roster, CSS, so that the changes we make actually happen. Look at that. We have a table. This is the dumbest looking page, but that's fine because we're trying to do other things on the page. We're not making it super fancy, right? Once again, everything is basically placeholder right now. I am not a graphic designer. Placeholders. We gotta make not placeholders. Yes. I'll eventually have a list of everything. Because pretty much every image here, a lot of it's placeholder or assets you guys have given me. So, okay. Now that we have this in mind, what we need to envision is we need to be creating a rostered object, or an object of a character. The characters are going to be a box that has all the information about the character on it, including the type of element that they are, their class, their rarity, their level, their name, their tier, how many dupes that they have, and ideally we'd also have the skill selection there. So we have all of that in place. Eventually I'd like to do a notification, and then the rarity could be represented through kind of the color scheme that we've been using. So what we need is we need a box. So this CSS is basically, we're going to have a summon box, and I gotta make sure, because I think I used that word somewhere else, and if I did, that becomes a problem. I used summon box, which is fine. We can make that work still. Actually, we call it hero box. Hero box. Hero box is different. So we have a hero box. These are the boxes that all of our characters are going to be placed into. So how can we do that? Well, we're going to go into our navigator and set up the roster screen, right? So we have these set up for the roster screen, and we're going to do a loop essentially through all the summons. So we're going to do an initial setup. Actually, I think we could do this user, right? Setup roster, and how we're going to do that is we're going to do a for loop. So let's talk about what is a for loop. There's a loop says to repeat the code a certain number of times or until a certain condition is met. A for loop, in this case, is a loop to use to say, I want you to loop a designated amount of times. Now that designation can change, but for the case and purpose here, we're going to use a for loop to say, I want you to loop through all of the roster characters or all of the characters that are within the roster set. As such, so we've got here update roster. We want to just loop through all the characters that are in summons, and then we need to make sure that the list of characters is ordered. So we have import user data. This is probably more what I want to use because this roster is going to be the more complete roster. So let's double verify what that roster looks like here. So I'm going to pull up, where is this? So we have this is my data. Right here, this is the player character that is me. And I can see I already have done almost 1,600 polls, so that's pretty good. But if I go into my roster here, I've got actually everything now. So that's pretty good. Wait a second. Do I have everything? If I go to 23, which is Karthus, I can see I don't have Karthus. There. And that's perfect. So this is the data we want to work from. So I can see here in roster is all of the character data, and this is all of the data we want. It's going to be in order based on if it's been acquired or not. And we'll eventually want to figure out sorting and whatnot, but for right now, don't really care. You're pretty close, actually, Mora, on it. You're pretty close. So usually you declare your variable. So in this case, instead of I, we're going to do R. I like matching like the main thing I'm using. Just as a quick reminder, R is less than this.user.roster.length. This is your up to a certain point, and then you do R++. So in your example, you would do I++ there, but that's equivalently here. What it's saying here is that we're going to have this temporary variable called R. So long as R is less than this number, which is in this case the number of things within the user roster, it's going to keep running this loop. And then every iteration of the loop, it's going to increment R and make it bigger, right? This is equivalent to saying R equals R plus 1, right? That's all this is saying when we say plus plus. So plus plus, just shorthand for that. Makes it easier. So now what do we do every time we go through this loop? Well, we are going to insert into what I'm going to call, not there, the roster box. We're going to insert into the roster box a summon box. So what we're going to do is we're going to put here, we have the roster box, and then we're going to append into the roster box a brand new object. And that new object, of course, is going to be our very own summon box. So we're going to put a hero box, actually. Hero box. Now, check this out. So we have a hero box, right? We're putting it within the roster box. Should be simple enough. If I go in here, we're going to have a roster box. Now, why am I calling it these things? It's just for me to remember even more clearly. So roster box, this is going to be position absolute. We're going to keep it in one solid spot. Okay, there we go. Sorry, had to sneeze. Yes. All right, but the more important thing I wanted to do is, okay, let's just let's make this top 25 pixels, left 0. Wait, one more. Okay, we're good. With 100%. And then the hero box, we're gonna just say a width of, I don't know, 250 pixels, right? Let's just say that, just for shits and giggles. Height, let's make the height I don't know, 250 pixels, right? And color, background color. Round color. Let's do background color white, but hear me out here. We're going to have some different tags. We're going to have tag common. So what we're going to do now is we're going to tag common F, or we need a color. Let's do let's do A. We'll do A as the color. That's hex color, so don't worry, I'm not completely insane. All right, we'll capitalize these because it'll be easier later. All right, uncommons, we made green, so we need a good green color. So let's just do, RGB, let's do 0, 0, maybe 9. Let's do RGB that way. So we're putting in the rarities, and we're going to use this as a proof of concept to show that they are following kind of our specifications. We'll make this fancier later, but we don't need to do it right now. So we're going to put this one. This is like a purple red. So FF. Yeah, I might just make it more red. Legendary. And then special. All right, legendary is yellow. Yellow is, it's more of an orange actually. So this is going to be, I think it's FF, and then this is going to be like AA. Might need more yellow in it. We'll test that out later. Special, obviously this is like a purple. So let's do 99. Okay, I know this is looking insane, and I'm not explaining anything, but I promise you, there's with purpose, right? So, and let's do not just this, let's also add unacquired. So for unacquired, this is where we're going to put in that, we'll just call it 333. All right, so what we did is we just created a bunch of background colors. So what's going to happen here is we're going to have a hero box. This is the color that we're making the hero box. The hero box we've already defined as a square, right? I know. And I actually have a fancy little point click tool that I can grab the colors. I'm just being lazy and not using it, because it's just for quick purposes, right? So we're gonna use this dot user, and just because I don't want to use it, here hero is this dot user dot roster r, just so I can go here and type hero instead. I don't have to type out the full thing every time. Hero dot rarity. So I think that should do this. So let's see what happens. This is my favorite part. Let's just see what happens. And we're gonna go here and just say float left, margin 5 pixels all around, and let's just see what happens. I usually like doing this and then going to edit, so let's go to roster. Oh, look at that. Would you guys look at that? So we have the basic start cards. What does this data mean? Well, this is the exact order that things have been acquired in. And as such, this is a rare, this is a rare, this is a common, this is Lady, this is Nibusan. There, this is Hobbs, right? These are the rarities and the nameplates for them. So this is a good start. Now, unfortunately, it covers up my home button, so I actually can't return. So we're going to make a couple adjustments, a lot of adjustments, but it's a nice start, right? We've got that through. One of the adjustments we wanted to make is we wanted to verify, have I acquired this, right? So what we're going to do is hero.acquired. If hero.acquired, do hero.rarity. If not, we're going to instead put the unacquired tag there. So watch how this changes it. So for context again, if I go here, we've got all these here, and we've got these 3 here, but this one's going to get grayed out. So we go in, and instead I broke it. That's funny. Instead, I fucked it up. Let's fix that. That's how this always goes, and that's okay. Hero.acquired. Why did this break? Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it because I just need to put parentheses. Here you go. So take a look here. You can see this is Karthus. I haven't obtained Karthus yet, so he's been grayed out. Now, eventually, we'll do some sorting on here. So you can actually either sort by rarity. Well, we'll probably default sort by rarity and things like that. But for right now, we've got these put in place here. So we could see the commons, the uncommons, the rares. Wow, we really only have 3 uncommons. This is really weird to look at it from this perspective. So we'll end up sorting it by rarity because I think that's what's going to be better. But now we need to make some additional adjustments. First, right, we need to push the whole box down. So I actually can show you what this looks like. So right here, I can, looking at my screen, I have this roster box object. So I could see roster box here, and I could see here's the data that I put in. So I could just whoop, push it down, right? I can also do an overflow hidden or overflow scroll, right? So now I've created a second scroll bar, and that's awful. We're not doing that. We're gonna make a scroll bar that scrolls just this stuff in a moment. But when I hover over here, you guys can see I can inspect an object, and you can see every single object. This is Hero Box Epic, Hero Box Epic, Hero Box Uncommon. It's a 250 by 250 box. That's not what it's gonna end up being. But it's got a margin of 5 all around it. So that's what that little tiny yellow bar is. And I'm realizing it's harder to see, but it's a little tiny yellow bar all around. So now what we can do is we could start to, I'm hoping you could start to visualize what these kind of cards are going to start to look like. And originally I had them as rectangles, but I'm liking the squares. I'm actually kind of liking the squares. So let's start putting stuff in the squares. Just for shits and giggles, we're going to start putting things in the squares here. All right, so what should we put in the squares? Well, you guys already know. You already know what we're putting in the squares. We are putting, of course, the image in the square. So we're going to make a variable that's called image here, img, and this is going to be the image here. You're not getting the hover info. Oh, let me show you how you do that. There. See you Friday. What's happening on Gacha? Oh, TMG, you missed out. No, by that I mean you didn't miss out. You're just seeing people polls. How do you do this? Let me show you how to do that. So for any web page at all, you can actually right click and you're going to find inspect or inspect element becomes an option for you. This will pull up your developer tools. And most of the time you're going to find that yours is probably docked to like the right or the left. I don't like doing that because I like to see the full page. So I have mine as a separate window. Then you have over here, any page element that you see, you can see here in hovered. You can click on it. You could do this drop down to find more objects. So here are all the objects. In addition to that, you'll usually find a selector tool up here. And that lets you, as you're hovering over your page, you get to select things. And this is the fun secret trick, guys, that you could do this for any web page. It doesn't have to be just like my web page as well. You can find any web page and do these kind of selector things as well. So I hope that answers that question. Now, to answer your question, TMG, we actually have a gacha game that we've been building and playing, you've kind of missed out. We'll see if I can pull you really quick. I can't. You're too rare. You're too rare of a character. You're too rare. There's Chanel, though. I got a lot of Chanel. This is a Chanel banner. Oh, look, I pulled Daniel, Summer, and Chanel. There, so that's pretty good. That's pretty solid, I would say. Too, it's a pretty good pull. There. You are in here. I also don't want to pull Karthus by mistake. I don't want to pull Karthus because I'll mess up. What do we got? What did I move that to? I moved it 80. So that's what we're gonna fix. We're gonna start fixing some things. So first, we're gonna put this down 80. We'll figure out the scrolling and whatnot later. But what we're gonna do instead is we need to get these images in here. So we're gonna make an image tag. And the source for the image tag, of course, is going to be something there. Close this. We can close the bracket. This is now HTML programming inside of Java programming because lazy. So the source is, of course, going to be ... What is my source here? Okay, we are on a JavaScript file, so we do need to go back from JavaScript to images. Images / summons / and here we go. So we go to /summon. Then we go into the name folder of the hero.name replace any of the spaces in their name with underscores. And then do that to lowercase. There. It's obnoxious, but it makes it work. / there. Now we're gonna add once again. We're gonna add it again, but this time now we get the file name, which is going to be full.png. So now that we have the image, right? So what we've done is we've created this image object. We are now going to put it inside the div. So we're going to put it inside the element here on the page, and this is going to break a lot of shit, which is fine. So .hero box img. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Look at that. It went exactly as I thought it might. But you could start to see here. Oh my god, they're so big. That's fine. This is fine. We prefer higher resolution images, and then we can shrink them later. But this is a good start. So you can see where they're all kind of being placed. Here, I can... Yeah, we could just see them all. Oh my god. There's so much information to process, and all of it's wrong. Okay, so now that we have this, here's my favorite part of website editing, and why I do this sometimes. I can go here, we can click on this box, and we can see, oh, well, there's the image source for Desmond. Great. What a beautiful source. I can go here and say, width 250 pixels. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see that? It adjusted everything all at once. Now what do you think? We can also do width 100%. And width 100% essentially does the same thing, except when this screen changes size, like this, it makes them all fit. Right? So we can see right in there. But look at that. That fits so much better already. Now, not all the images are square, so that's a one part that we have to solve. But all of a sudden, just in that small adjustment, we were able to get all of these images here, which is kind of what we're aiming for, right? We're trying to aim for these images to fit within the dynamics. But we got like Nika here is a little too big. I can also see Karthus here. He's grayed out. So that's actually quite helpful as well, because that's what we want to see. We want to see the ones that are grayed out that we don't have yet, as well as the ones that we do have. They're all in the right place. I am actually kind of curious why Puppy here is not marked uncommon. Did I not change that? This is such good testing now. Because now I can go here and be like, did I miss making puppy uncommon? Because I bet I did. No, I have puppy marked here uncommon. Interesting. Not a big deal. Because, well, it's probably just I need to reset the server and whatnot. So that's not a big deal. So, we've got this. We've got our dynamics here from the update. What we want to do is we want to make sure the image fits within the box as well. And we might be able to adjust the box and what height we want. So, let's try this. Max height. 100%. Ooh, it's distorting them. It's distorting the images. It's fixing it, right? So that they're clearly in here. Looks so weird with RTS there. So it fits them, right? But it's distorting them. Now, we don't want to do distortion. So, what if I did this? Boop. Okay, so what I can do is if by getting rid of the width, where I declare the width, I can instead do this. And you can see what it did is it's adjusting it to scale it based on the height now instead of the width. So what I'm doing here, just so you guys can see on screen, I'll zoom in so you can see more on screen. I have two variables here. I have max height. So max height, I'm saying make it the maximum of 100% of the box you're containing, which is here. That's great. Next, if I adjust width and say 100%, it's going to stretch it because I'm telling it it needs to be 100%. So instead, what we'll do is we will say a max width of 100%. Right? So it won't go any bigger than these. That is its margin. In fact, I can even say I'd like a max width of 90%. There. And we might even do 90% for here as well. So it makes everything just a little bit smaller. And now we just want to center it there. Am I teaching HTML, CSS? Basics. Basics of it there. Nothing super fancy. So we're going to do this, and we're now going to center the image. And I'm being lazy. Center image in a div. There. Yes, I'm the Zaz professor, and that's what we're gonna do about. Okay, where is it? Blah, 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 blah. Where's my just center? Text align center, of course, works really nice. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm being lazy. Okay, how to center an image in a div horizontally with display flex. I don't give a fuck about display flex. Don't make me do all these things. We want horizontal. Okay. We like the you know what? Maybe we'll just do horizontal align. You know what? I think we'll be lazy and we'll just do text align center. Text align center? Nope, it didn't like that. Oh, right. That's because I'm putting this in the wrong spot. To do the text align center, I have to put it in the hero box. Text align center. Voila, look at that. So everything's been centered now, which is beautiful. I think that's good enough. This is actually not looking bad. I'm actually quite happy about this. Yes, that is the IP address, Salty. So if you want to do some polls, these are all the characters in the game right now as well. And what we're building is the roster out. I want to just build the basic roster so you can see all the characters, see what you have, see what you don't have, that kind of stuff. But yes, that is the IP address, and you can also find it in the Discord as well too. What is happening here? See, we can add like these characters, like Mason as well. These are all legal characters. What the fuck is this? Two. Look at his good pulls. This is actually an objectively good pull. That was a really good pull. I'm gonna go put the 100 on it. Yeah, the roster is mostly gonna be headshots, right? It's gonna be headshots, but it also needs to be displaying data. We need to see pretty much all the information about the characters, because these aren't just the roster of possible characters. These are the roster of your characters in the game. So we need to make sure all that data is there. So first I'm going to go over here. I'm going to copy the data that we just inputted here. We've got the hero box here. Text align center is one of the easiest ways to horizontally align any of those. And then we go to images here, and we can just put in this data. So look at that. So now that we have this in here, oh, I'm forgetting, you guys are live on this, so any updates that I make, you once again get to see right now. You could refresh your screen, go to your roster, and now you could see your roster. And there, I completely forgot about that. That's actually very funny. Background size? What if I did this? No? I'm going to be extra lazy, and we're going to make the brown background here just expand. So I don't want it to stretch. I want it to tile. I know. Imagine we're doing prod. It's live prod right now. There is no anything else other than dev. Salty, you're not going to be able to sign in with sex.com. Just as a heads up. It sends you an email, kind of like any game. I only know it's you just because I imagine you're signing in right now, but I'm just seeing sex@sex.com. That's the only way I know it's you. So I'm like, it's probably you signing in. There, you don't have to put in an actual email, but you do need an email that you can get a pin. Actually, you know what? Here, Salty. This is really dumb. Salty, get rid of the sex that you're putting in the temp key, delete that, and I'll just tell you what the key is. Then you could still keep sex@sex.com. You just won't be able to sign in ever again on your account except through refreshing your browser. But if you just put the sex@sex.com, nothing in the temp key, and hit login, it's going to send a temp key to that email address. And it's probably going to fail to send it, but that's okay. Because I can just give you the 6-digit PIN. And then you just use that. There you go. Oh, it successfully sent that. Somebody got that somewhere. There you go. There's your PIN. There's your PIN. Somebody somewhere got an email saying, here's your login to your Gacha game. But now you're signed in, Salty, and you have 10 million gems. So help yourself. Go to Gacha, and you can pull on your banner, and let us know how quickly you pull yourself. Welcome to Gacha Gaming. All right, let's go back to roster. Okay, so we've got these. This is kind of basic enough. I'm thinking, we do need element pictures. Here's a set of pictures we need. I need pictures for each of the elements. Do I have any? I have no pictures right now for the elements. I need like a little icon for each of the elements. What would be my quickest? List item 1. Yes. We need the elements, which is light, dark, earth, wind, fire, water. We could do that later. Okay. We can do that part later. I need to figure out... Oh, did I not mark... Yeah, I marked class. I'm looking at it. I have a chart up here. There. What are the odds? I'm glad you asked, Salty. The odds are not great. And by that I mean, here are your odds. Here. You randomly got Lady? Holy shit. Lady had to do 60-10 polls. 600 polls before she got herself. So getting a legendary is a 1% chance. To answer that. Special is also that 1% chance. So getting like Hobbs and stuff is 1%. It's added into the legendary tier. Now, here's a couple. Cumjar, I'm glad you asked, is an epic. So you're an epic. You're 3% chance of getting yourself, except you've got to deal with the fact that there's a bunch of other epics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 epics right now. So you got the big lizard dude. Yes, that would be Oxygen. Yeah, so 8 epics. So 3% divided by 8 is your chance of getting Salty. Never mind the fact that half of that is on that one banner. Half of that is just Summer and Yas. Just them two. So rate ups, I should explain. I never explained the rate ups. The rate ups, how they work is basically if you would get an epic, right? And they're a rate up, half of the epics, it'll just do a coin flip. And basically if the coin flip is rate up, then it'll give these two. One of these two. If it's not, it gives anything else. Except Nibusan. Nibusan can only be on the Nibusan banner right now because she is not a part of the general pool yet. But it would be like after this banner ended, Nibusan would then be added to the general banner as well. So the only way to pull Nibusan is this banner, and it's a 50. Oh, I got Lady. It is, guys, even though this game has no purpose yet, because I haven't built the game part, it's still just as exciting to pull something really good, isn't it? It's just go like, oh, fuck, I got a legendary. It's like, that's so exciting. And I don't know why. I think gacha games have solved something in human nature, and that's a problem. I think what we're gonna do, I'm just not happy with the gapping here. I think I want to do max height as 100%. Let's do that. Yeah, that looks better. It's not perfect, but it's better. I think I'm not upset about that. Yeah, it's strange. We'll have to play around. It's not going to look perfect by any means. What if... I think we want to make the boxes longer. I actually think that's the what I want to do. So let's make the hero boxes a little longer. A little higher, I should say. So 300 px. But we're going to make images instead max out on width. And height is not... we do need a max height. 80%? Yeah, I like that. There we go. So what we're doing is I'm giving a little bit of space at the bottom of each of the boxes so that we can put other information, such as their name, the stars, all the data. You think your inventory is broken? I think inventory is broken because there's nothing. Inventory doesn't do anything yet. I just made it a button. Like, that's all it is. It's just a button. It doesn't do anything. Because I haven't even started. Same like settings, the mail. These buttons don't do anything. Oh, you got special? Oh, you found a Hobbs? There's only one special currently in the game. Hobbs is meta, by the way. If you didn't realize, Hobbs is a meta character right now as a support. His main ability is being able to like refresh the board a little bit whenever you got something in the way. So that's kind of main Hobbs' ability. He's pretty meta, so that's a good pull. Yeah, Hobbs just one-shots, basically. He's actually a support class, but he can one-shot. So, guys, what if we start talking meta? See, there is a level of worry for me. Not a big worry, but a level of worry that I'm like I'm going to try and make everybody's character unique and just useful enough. But then you guys are going to be like, wait, I don't think Nibusan's in the meta anymore. I think Nibusan is actually underpowered for her capabilities. She's actually not good. If you're running a team with Nika, you're actually running a bad team too. Like, Nika's abilities are not good. They don't actually add anything of value to your team. You might as well use Boggles. Spooky, yeah, S+ tier. Easy S+ tier, easy setup there. Like, if you don't use Spooky, you're basically just shooting yourself in the foot. Like, literal tier lists will exist. And it'll be purely from our community. Going through, like, I think this is the tier for this character. Oh my gosh. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. We gotta add more. We gotta add quite a bit more. So here's the thing. The data we gotta add the elements, the class, the rarity, the tier level, the name. We just gotta add so much shit. There's so much shit we gotta add to everything. Just trying to think what would be... I'm also getting a little tired, if I'm honest. It's been up early. Lady Summoner broken? Needs a nerf. Yeah, we got a nerf Lady. The first nerf for Lady will be making Lady not legendary anymore, but I also find it funny that Lady is legendary, so that's probably is gonna stay. I still bothered. Why is this marking itself common? Oh, I probably have to refresh the server. That's all it is. Because I'm like, puppy's uncommon now. And should be uncommon. Oh, we'll figure that out. But yes, this is the gacha game. And the server will close as soon as my computer turns off, but we'll be fixing that later. There. I've got plans. So my next sprint ideas, I've got basic roster here. I want to get all the actual data into the roster as well. I'm not going to do it clickable yet because there's no reason to click anything. But as soon as we have the roster done, so this is going to be important because I need to use this for team selection as well. And I guess I could do that as pre-game since we already have it here. You know, we could do that. Actually, you know what? I say this is easy enough because it's basically copying and pasting the same data and just do the same code doing it slightly different. Let's just do it quick. So we're going to make a new roster box. We're going to call it selection roster box, right? I'm going to get rid of this. Selection roster box. It needs to populate with everything that has been acquired. This actually might be a horrible idea and I shouldn't do this, but I'm doing it right anyway. I'm calling it pre-game because that's kind of what it is, but it's gotta get a new name later. So the idea of the pre-game menu is where you're gonna select where your what characters you're gonna be bringing to your adventure, if that makes sense. So you're essentially going to try and figure out like what characters you want to bring and select so that you can win the game. And that's all there is to it. So we need a quick selection screen. I'm just putting this here. Put this here. Let's make these, because we can copy the same kind of code all into this. Okay, just processing here. 1 second. Hey, how are we breaking? Yeah, how are we breaking it? I mean, right now you're breaking it because you got all the freebies. Right? Everything is free. Watch this. Hero box. Hover. Because I'm lazy as fuck. We're gonna take over this. Just copy it over here. I don't even know if this works well. We'll have us selected in a bit. Here are the images. Great. Let's go to Navigator. And we're going to set up a pre-game. So pre-game screen. It's going to do the same thing as this, except set roster, except the main crux of it. Got the image. Is only going to place them if it's been acquired. If the hero has been acquired, then we place it. Because we're not going to place anything you can't acquire. Alright, how's this look? I shouldn't do updates live. I broke it. Oh, I only broke it because I'm stupid. It's fine. I always forget this. Alright. And we're live. Ah, fuck. Right. I added them to the wrong spot because that's good. I'm breaking shit already. It's fine. It's fine. I called it Hero Box. I should not call them Hero Boxes. Because that's a bad idea. What should I call these? I call them Hero Boxes here. I need to not call them Hero Boxes. Shit. I need new names for things. I'm just gonna call it PG Hero Box. Here we go. Let me go back here. All right, guys. I know I'm not explaining anything, but watch. I'm just gonna show you magic. That's all that's gonna happen. So, fuck. All right, refresh. Go to adventure. Hey, look at that. Oh, it's doing some weird shit, but it's a start. Look at that. How are we breaking the game? That's a good question. All right, look at this. See, we got a basic hover and everything around. It's just doing some really wonky stuff with the float. I think that's still fixable though. Let's try that. That's super fixable, I believe. It's progress, right? Okay, roster was already there, so I already have these definitions. I don't know why they're not getting them. It's showing the roster, because this is essentially what the roster needs to be anyway. And that's what we need to do to get it started. So the whole point here is that we get the roster in. He's marked legendary, so why isn't he getting the legendary color? Wait, why are you not getting the legendary color? Why? Oh, his color's being overwritten. Oh, okay. Well, that's easy enough. Yeah, look, literally I uncheck this and then everything's here. And then you could see the white highlights. So, okay. Let's fix this. This should be easy enough. Margin. I just don't like that it's clearly pushing everything. I mean, I'll figure out a grid view that looks better in a minute, but let's do this. I'm just making this bigger. There we go, a little bit bigger. It's still gonna break, but that's fine. It's got some kind of hover effect on it, which is important, right? So easy enough, guys. That's easy enough fix. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna call it Hero Box. What did I fix? I need to drop, not Hero Box, regame Hero Box. Delete that. We'll make these a little bigger. I'm thinking 120. You don't need everything. Refresh. And go to adventure. Voila. It's kind of cute. You can see here. We'll eventually have selected and it'll be like select 4. And then I'll have like a screen here where it's like, what have you selected? Right? Amazing soundtrack. Yes, I think this is yeah, this is an Animal Crossing thing. Bubblegum KK, Nook and shit. So I've been enjoying just the game chops. You guys ever just looking to enjoy music? It's just game chops, study lounge. All right. Just nice, easy music to listen to. I'm pretty happy with this. This is live too, which is extra funny to me. Selection roster box. I need to make this there. We'll just do a quick little push there. There we go. Yay. I gotta make it not so glitchy, but mostly for the top row. See, why does it work fine for boggles? Oh well. We'll figure it out. This is not important right now. This is cracking me up. All right. I think that's going to be it for basically tonight's stream. It's a good start, right? It's getting basics. You guys can now see all of your characters that you've unlocked. I'm going to eventually sort these because it makes sense to sort them by, like, rarity, essentially. But now we've got, I mean, for a start here, right? We've got pretty good start, pretty good foundations. The next patch, now that I have this was the most important piece. The next update is now to just make the game. And what you guys don't see here, and I guess I could switch this here, is I could make these look like the gems, which would be actually, I don't think that's actually even a bad idea. Let's make these the gems. So if I, oops, do that again. So now if we go over there, there you go. Yeah, look at that. So this is what it would look like in game. Oh, I'm showing you the wrong screen. This is what it would look like in the actual game, minus the colored background. There would be these gems, essentially. So these would be the characters to play with, and then you'd be trying to match these up in 3, 4, 5 as well. So I think that's a pretty good start. I think we made good progress today. Got some views updated, got some things put in place. Like, I think this is good progress. The most important thing, and of course the first feature, was the polling. I want to make sure you guys could do polls. And I'm gonna close the server because we're gonna do some guessing. Who wants to do some guessing here on how many polls you guys did? So I'm gonna hide screen because I don't want to share anybody's email there. But I've got data, and I'm gonna see. No, what? Let's see. Total polls. What is that data called? It is total polls. There we go. Total polls. Okay. Ready? Let's see here. So, first, we have myself. So here we go, guys. Yeah, I won't share your super secret email. My total polls, just for reference, was 1,713 polls. Next, we have... Oh my god. This is hard to read. To be fair, I don't know everybody's email as such, but if your email starts with a Y, this is relevant to you. Because I don't know everybody's individual email. I don't reveal it. Is 1,150 polls. This one, I'm pretty confident is Mora's email. I have an educated guess. Yeah, it's Mora's email. Really? Yours is 181 polls. I don't know who this is. But this person that starts with an M on their email has got... Oh my god, where is it? Man, there's so many polls. So many polls. 1391. So current winner. Current lead. 1390. Oh, actually, well, I technically have more, but that's, you know, I had an advantage. This one, I believe, is Apple. This next one, who's got 920 polls. You guys gotta get your numbers up. And then this one that is definitely salty. Like, definitely sex@sex.com. Total polls in the short time, 1,010 polls. There you go. Xaz stealing all your emails. Steal them all. But yeah, that's it. 1,010 polls. I mean, between all of us, it's an insane number of polls as well too. Like it's just a stupid amount of polls there, except Mora. Mora is the one that pulled the least. pulled only 181 meager times. Just a nice humble amount of polls. Everybody else is like there, and you could literally translate this to clicks, right? Like this shows that lady did 115 separate like poll requests or 10 polls there, and Salty did 101 on it as well. Like that's insane. There's so many, but you know, infinite money, infinite polls, gambling every day. And here's the best part, guys. You guys want to see the part of the site too, is that if I just open up the server, all of you guys can reconnect again without needing to sign in either. Yes, Salty, that means you don't even have to sign in using that fake email too. It would just sign in because it's saved your credentials. The difference is, though, if you delete your cookies, then it won't there. Why is the Pokemon Shuffle soundtrack kind of great? I don't know. I mean, it is pretty good. I haven't listened to the Pokemon Shuffle soundtrack in a long time, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, folks, that's going to be it for tonight. We will be back on Friday with, I believe everybody confirmed that Group 1, you guys are good. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to our experience. So, with that, that's where we're going to leave off. I hope everybody has a great night, great rest of your week, and I'll be seeing you on Friday. So have a good one, guys. Bye, and get some good sleep. I'm gonna get some good sleep. That's what it's about, getting the sleep. So have a good night. I of course will update as things get updated in the game, and you guys can enjoy them. So I know why they went really hard on it. It was not a great. It wasn't a bad game, but it wasn't a great game. Yes, request things. I mean, honestly, right now, the main thing I would love to have is the element symbols. I just need a symbol for each element. Just a nice little icon. That would be awesome. We'll do some nicer updates, things. And I guess if you guys want to update the class symbols, I'm not committed to my class symbols at all. I just used AI to make something for me. So, and here's the truth for you, Mora. If you guys want the influence or inspiration, or you have inspiration and you just see something, you're like, I think Zaz made a shitty design choice, you can just change it, and whatever you send me, I will upload. No questions asked. Like that's just the truth of it. Anything you guys send me, I trust you guys better than I trust myself, and I will just upload it and set it up that way. Like, I do not mind. There are any pictures you guys want updated, I'll do. I would love to. I mean, I'm gonna figure out how. I don't really have to spend too much effort to figure out how, but I'd love to do animated stuff too. So like Nibisan's GIF, I'm going to figure out how to import that. But more, if you were able to get me one without the background as well, where it's just Nibisan moving, that would be awesome, but not necessary. I could still use it with the background. Either way, I'll figure that shit out. I'm hoping next time that we communicate and do this too. But yeah, add the picture of my home address credit card up there. Yeah, next time that we guys connect, we will be actually testing out the game and then start coming up the best way. You still have the clip, maybe? Yeah. I should dox you. I'm not going to dox you. I assure you that your guys' data is safe with me, and I'm not doxing you. Nor am I ever looking at your emails ever again, because I just closed the file and I'm like, I'm not going to look at that because I don't need any of that information. And what's really going to happen, what's going to be the truth happen, is that I'm essentially going to be clearing those files a various amount of times too. Right now, we don't need to clear it, but like when we start getting into the real game mode, we're going to start clearing them. We're going to start doing data resets to make sure that things work and that you guys have the proper equipment and gear. So anyway, I hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you on Friday.